Chapter 105. The fist was accompanied by mysterious symbols as it streaked across the sky. In a flash, it met the claw of the old man at the pulse spirit stage and violently collided. Chi-la. This collision did not produce the thunderous muffled sound that everyone expected. Instead, terrifying energy ripples abruptly unfurled like stormy waves. At the center of the energy storm, the claw of the old man at the pulse spirit stage was clearly much stronger. However, in front of Du Xiaofu's fist, it began to crack and shatter, as if it had met with a natural counter. Everything happened extremely quickly. Just as the storm of energy dissipated, the body of the old man at the pulse spirit stage actually staggered several steps back. How can he be so strong? Shock immediately appeared in the old man's eyes. Was that brat really at the perfect Xiantian stage? To think that a perfect Xiantian stage practitioner could directly contend against an initial pulse spirit stage practitioner. Just how strong was this? It was simply abnormal. Stomp stomp. Du Xiaofu's body staggered backwards. As he retreated, the ground trembled and cracks spread. Soon after, a faint trace of golden blood flowed out from his mouth. The pulse spirit stage is too strong. Du Xiaofu's expression was grave as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his purple robe sleeve. His complexion was deathly pale. A single move had already exhausted all of his energy. Under the impact of the enormous power, all of his internal organs had been shaken. Du Xiaofu knew that if his body tempering method had not reached the second level of bone marrow cleansing, it would have been impossible for him to withstand the attack. Brat is indeed very strong, but you can die now. The old man at the pulse spirit stage could see that Du Xiaofu was already an arrow at the end of its flight. With a cold laugh, his killing intent spread. His aura once again surged as he prepared to pounce towards Du Xiaofu once again. Roar! At this moment, a soul-shaking tiger roar suddenly rang out in the sky, causing the attack of the old man at the pulse spirit stage to pause for a moment. On the bloody street, the entire city raised their heads and looked over. Immediately, they saw an enormous flying tiger flapping its wings as it flew over. The 200 feet large flying tiger flapped its wings, bringing with it a tornado-like spatial current as it swept across the sky. It was as fast as lightning and indescribably ferocious. King-scaled demonic tiger. Du Xiaofu raised his head, a smile appearing on his pale and grave face. My Du family's king-scaled demon tiger is here. Looking at the terrifyingly huge demonic tiger, the Du family's morale was greatly boosted. Even the Yi and Bai family's morale was greatly boosted. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the heavens as a ferocious tiger pounced on its prey. With a flap of its wings, it pounced towards the old man who had just ascended to the pulse spirit stage. Murderous intent spread within its covetous gaze. The old man's face turned ugly. He didn't know why the demonic tiger would pounce on him as soon as it appeared, as if it had a deep hatred for him. Sensing the terrifying demonic tiger's aura, the old man hurriedly channeled his martial veins. Runes spread out, and vigorous profound energy condensed behind him along with the runes, transforming into a black demonic wolf's shadow. Roar! Above the black demonic wolf phantom, a fishy smell spread out and rushed towards the king-scaled demonic tiger like lightning. His frightening aura caused the surrounding space to tremble at this moment. His frightening strength was quite shocking. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger savagely opened its mouth and roared, completely ignoring the demonic wolf phantom. With a flap of its wings, it stabilized its body, and with a wave of its tiger claws, an extremely domineering tiger claw directly smashed onto the black demonic wolf's body. On the tiger claw, mysterious talisman engravings faintly fluctuated, emitting a faint golden glow. The huge tiger and the demonic wolf phantom clashed together, and the frightening shockwave was accompanied by some faintly discernible talisman engravings. Immediately, large gusts of wind swept out, shaking the surrounding streets and buildings until they were on the verge of collapse. Roar! The black wolf phantom howled in pain. After which, the crowd watched as the black wolf phantom's body was directly torn apart by the king-scaled demonic tiger's claw. Following which, the pulse spirit stage old man's body was sent flying. Mysterious pulse spirit stage. The pulse spirit stage old man was shocked. The king-scaled demonic tiger had actually reached the mysterious pulse spirit stage. It was stronger than him, who had just ascended to the pulse spirit stage. Coupled with its demonic beast body, it was difficult for him to be its opponent. The little tiger has broken through. It seems that there's really something different about it. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. The king-scaled demonic tiger had disappeared for so many days. Now that it had returned, it had actually broken through. At this moment, there was an additional faint golden talisman engravings on the king-scaled demonic tiger's wings and claws. This was something that had not been there before. After breaking through, the king-scaled demonic tiger was even more terrifying than before. I never imagined that besides the lightning demonic lion, there would also be a king-scaled demonic tiger that had just broken through to the mysterious pulse spirit stage. Since it has just broken through, let's work together to deal with it and split the benefits equally. Two old men swiftly appeared beside the deathly pale old man. They were the two city lords from the Flowing Cloud County who had just ascended to the pulse spirit stage. The two old men looked at the king-scaled demonic tiger with greedy gazes. The three of them looked at each other. The king-scaled demonic tiger that had just broken through to the mysterious pulse spirit stage was something that the three of them had a chance of taking down if they worked together. Little tiger, kill. A cold light flickered in his eyes as Du Xiaofu roared with killing intent as he looked at the people from the stone city falling around him. Only by dealing with the strongest experts would they be able to protect the stone city. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared and directly pounced towards the three pulse spirit stage elders. It was not afraid of the three elders who had just ascended to the pulse spirit stage at all. Whoosh! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and stirred up a storm. The tiger's roar shook the hearts and souls of people, causing their hearts to palpitate. Attack together and take down this king-scaled demonic tiger. One of the elders among the three saw the king-scaled demonic tiger pouncing towards them and also shouted. Profound chi and talisman runes condensed behind him, triggering his martial vein and activating his pulse spirit. Goo! Then, it transformed into a strange yellow armored beast. Its entire body was covered in yellow scales, like a layer of armor. It was extremely dazzling and emitted a low growling sound, like the beating of a drum. Then, it pounced towards the king-scaled demonic tiger. Roar! The other elder attacked at the same time. Profound chi talisman runes flashed and activated his martial vein. As the vigorous profound chi fluctuated, it finally transformed into a strange demonic beast shadow. It looked like a wolf and a dog, but it was not a dog. However, its aura was extremely powerful. Rumble! Instantly, the king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and clashed with the three elders who had just ascended to the pulse spirit realm. It caused the surrounding space to become chaotic, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Violent shockwaves were constantly emitted from the collision, causing layers of ripples to appear in the air. Kill! Wash the stone city with blood. Within the stone city, both sides had already killed until their eyes were red. They roared with red eyes, and the people of the stone city were fighting with their lives on the line. Figure after figure surged out like a tide and blocked the Flowing Cloud County's army. Bang, bang, bang. The violent collision of energy resounded within the stone city. Golden spears clashed, fists and palms collided, and various colors of profound chi erupted. It was as beautiful as fireworks. However, under that kind of beauty, there was a real bloody battle. In the end, the three great clans of the Stone City and the people of the Stone City were unable to stop the Flowing Cloud County's army. In the pulsating stage and innate stage, they were completely incomparable and could only be continuously slaughtered. Several streets were already covered in rivers of blood. "Brother Qing Chun, is there any way to help me?" Du Xiaofu asked as he took out the small pagoda from his bosom. His deathly pale eyes were still scarlet. The members of the Du clan were being killed one after another. Being connected by blood, Du Xiaofu's heart also ached. He had lived in the Stone City since he was young. At this moment, seeing the rivers of blood flowing in the Stone City and the people of the Stone City dying one after another, how could Du Xiaofu remain indifferent? He wished that he was a super expert and could stop this nightmare of the Stone City. "I'm only a Yuan spirit and I'm still very weak. How can I help you? If it was back then, I would be able to kill these ants with a sneeze." Zhen Qingchuan's voice rang out from the small pagoda. He could also see everything that was happening outside from the small pagoda. "Don't talk about the past. Talk about the present. Is there any way?" Du Xiaofu hurriedly asked. A large number of people from the Stone City were dying every second. Bang! At this moment, Du Jinwu was surrounded by 3 cultivators at the peak of the Pulse Spirit realm. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. His body was knocked back and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Originally, there was no way. However, since you're a 3-star talisman master now, there is a way. However, whether it's for you or for me, this method will cause a lot of damage in the end. Your body is abnormally strong, so the side effects aren't that big. However, if I help you this time, I'm afraid that you'll return to how you were before. Maybe you won't be able to wake up for 3 to 5 years. Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. Bang bang. In a short moment, Du Xiaofu saw that not far away, his uncle Du Jinwu was once again knocked back by the attacks. His mouth was dripping with blood and he was on the verge of death. "Brother Qingchun, help me this time. After this, I'll do my best to help you recover. I'll pay you back double." Du Xiaofu was worried. His eyes were scarlet as he looked into the small pagoda with pleading eyes. "If I don't agree, I'm afraid you'll hate me for the rest of your life. Who told me to be your sworn brother? Since I've boarded your pirate ship, remember to be more respectful to your big brother in the future." Zhen Qingchuan's voice came out from the small pagoda. "Relax your mind. I'll enter your mind with the power of my primordial spirit and use your body to attack. I haven't fought for a long time. I don't know if I've become rusty. Kiki, die." Amongst the people that besieged Du Jinwu, a middle-aged man moved like a ghost. His hand seals changed constantly while talisman markings surged around him. After that, his profound energy condensed into a fierce energy spear that directly appeared before Du Jinwu. Du Jinwu had been severely injured by the continuous attacks. At this time, he didn't have much strength to fight back. Despair appeared on his face at this moment. He won't die. Brothers and sisters, it's another 5-hit combo. Little Yu will continue to explode today and ask for everyone's support. The next update will be in about 4 hours. Chapter 106. A sharp and cold shout rang out as a purple-robed youth instantly appeared in front of Du Jinwu. An extremely shocking energy swept out, shaking one's soul and causing cracks to appear on the ground. Then, he grabbed the energy spear with one hand. Crack crack. The energy spear trembled and was shattered in the blink of an eye. Looking at the purple-robed youth who suddenly appeared, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with doubt and shock. His expression changed greatly. The aura on the youth's body was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. That kind of aura was extremely strange and terrifying. Die. Just as the energy spear was shattered in his hand, the purple-robed youth did not hesitate. With a sneer, he changed his grip into a fist and punched out. Runes appeared on the surface of his fist, and a terrifying aura erupted like lightning. Bang! A muffled sound of energy resounded on the middle-aged man's chest. Then, the middle-aged man was directly sent flying while vomiting blood. His vitality was completely destroyed. How can this kid be so strong? No wonder he could contend against a pulse spiritual realm expert. When the remaining two perfect pulse realm experts who were besieging Du Junwu saw this, their expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly fled. Don't run, all of you stay. The youth's voice rang out, and it seemed to be different from his usual voice. Swish swish. As his voice fell, his aura erupted. 2 finger imprints shot out. The finger imprints were accompanied by runes as they pierced through space. They were as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Swoosh swoosh. 2 great perfection pulsation realm martial artists, who were in a hurry to escape, had their backs pierced with bloody holes. Their bodies fell to the ground. Something doesn't seem right, Du Junwu's eyes revealed a puzzled expression. He felt that the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was very special. If he listened carefully, even his voice was somewhat different, as if he was a different person. There's actually a slightly pleasing soul symbol master, and one who cultivates symbol arrays. Du Xiaofu ignored Du Junwu. Instead, he raised his head and suddenly looked at the sky in front of him. There was a skinny old man there. His body rose into the air and floated in the air. His aura caused one's mind to ripple. Every time he attacked, there would be a strange rune energy fluctuation. A large number of people from the Stone City were killed. There were already quite a number of people who had died at the hands of this person. The thin old man's figure flashed across the sky. His aura was powerful, and his attacks were swift and vicious. Suddenly, the thin old man seemed to have sensed something and raised his head. A purple-robed youth had appeared in the air in front of him. Could it be the pulse spirit realm? Impossible, the skinny elder had a puzzled look in his eyes. Only those at the pulse spirit realm could fly in the air, but it was obvious that this young man had yet to reach that level. 4-star talisman master, Du Xiaofu looked at the skinny old man in front of him without much change in expression. You're Du Xiaofu? The skinny old man stared at Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaofu's resolute and determined face, his gaze was extremely gloomy. He had long heard of this Du Xiaofu. Chao Chitai had almost been crippled by this brat. Du Xiaofu glanced at the skinny old man in front of him and said, "If you want to fight, then fight. What are you being so noisy for? I'm not familiar with a mere 4-star talisman master like you. Little bastard, what kind of secret technique did you use to float in the air? I'll destroy you today." The skinny old man did not expect that the other party would not put him in his eyes at all. He immediately gnashed his teeth in hatred. Energy fluctuations accompanied by runes gushed out. The skinny old man's hand seals condensed, and his aura faintly caused one's mind to be disturbed. The energy fluctuations affected one's soul. Then, like lightning, he shot towards Du Xiaofu, and a palm viciously slammed towards Du Xiaofu's chest. Destroy me. You're not worthy. If I had 10% of my strength back then, it would be enough to destroy you 1,000 times. Du Xiaofu muttered as he watched the ferocious runic palm flying towards him. However, his figure strangely retreated in a ghost-like manner. After which, he waved his purple sleeve, and the air rippled as a runic glow appeared. Energy ripples swiftly entwined around the ferocious palm. Swish, a strange energy burst out from within the rune light, directly shattering the ruthless palm print. Immediately after, it turned into a rune-like pillar that shot towards the skinny old man. So strange, seeing this, the skinny old man seemed to have sensed something. His heart suddenly trembled, and he did not dare to be careless. He used all his strength to form a rune-light circle to block the former's rune-light pillar. Crack crack. However, the rune-light circle formed by the skinny old man was unable to resist and was directly shattered by the former's rune-light pillar. His body was also forced back, and his expression changed. Look, it's Du Xiaofu from the Du family. Du Xiaofu from the Du family is fighting an expert alone. His strength has actually reached such a level. I hope he can help the three great families protect our stone city. Everyone in the city was looking at the purple-robed young man who was floating in the air. This was the purple-robed young man who had shone brilliantly in the battle between the 5 great clans. Would he be able to shine again and protect the stone city? Everyone was looking forward to it. Sigh, I have the heart but not the strength. I've recovered too little. After shattering the rune light circle of the skinny old man, Du Xiaofu seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with himself. The power in your body does not belong to you. It's a power you borrowed. As a soul symbol master, the skinny old man immediately discovered the secret of Du Xiaofu. That valiant and strange power did not belong to the purple-robed young man at all. As he spoke, his expression became increasingly gloomy, and hand seals began to rapidly form. As the runes began to fluctuate around his body, they turned into formation flags one after another. There were a total of 13 formation flags, and they emitted an astonishing fluctuation. A 4-star symbol master who has just become a soul symbol master. Being able to barely set up a 4-star symbol array is not bad. Looking at the formation flags in the skinny old man's hand, Du Xiaofu sized them up with interest. Absolute wind-killing formation. The skinny old man lightly shouted. Just as the 13 formation flags were formed, all the energy in his body seemed to be poured into the 13 formation flags, causing his face to turn pale. Swish swish, with a wave of his hand, the 13 formation flags immediately swept towards Du Xiaofu's surroundings, and wrapped around Du Xiaofu with lightning speed and trajectory. Rumble. When the 13 formation flags finally disappeared into his mouth, the air around Du Xiaofu suddenly fluctuated violently, and the space suddenly trembled. In an instant, the wind howled high in the sky, and the space became chaotic. Runes spread in the air, mobilizing the energy between heaven and earth. Then, a powerful symbol array appeared in the air. When the symbol array appeared, it covered the sky and the sun, causing the wind and clouds to surge high in the sky, and the world to darken. It was as if it was going to cover the entire sky above the stone city, and its power was frightening. Around the symbol array, the space was chaotic, and the violent energy was like the most terrifying tornado, howling as it swept through the world. It was as if it was going to raze the stone city to the ground, and smoke the sky and the earth. A symbol master among the 4-star symbol masters, even if he were to set up a 4-star symbol array, it was enough to make it difficult for a pulse spirit realm nirvana realm cultivator to deal with. Even a perfect pulse spirit realm cultivator would definitely have a headache. A symbol array, or a large-scale destructive method. Therefore, a symbol master's attack power was the strongest among the symbol masters. As a symbol master, his status was very high, and it was much higher than a warrior of the same level. Any symbol master, especially a good one, would be a guest of honor of the major forces and families. Oh my God, that's a symbol master, and a symbol master at that. What a powerful talisman array. Du Xiaofu has been trapped. Everyone in the city was shocked and worried. The power of the symbol array was too great, and it was not something that an ordinary person could deal with. Oh no, Yi Guang, Bai Wei, and the wounded Yi Baolin, Du Zhixiong, Yi Zijin, Bai Cai, and the others, who were being suppressed by Chao Tianmeng and a middle-aged man, felt the terrifying symbol array in the air, and their faces all changed. Bang! Chao Tianmeng sneered. While Yi Guang was in a daze, he waved his sleeve, and a powerful profound qi suddenly burst out from his palm, landing heavily on Yi Guang's shoulder. Yi Guang had not recovered from his previous injury, and this time, Chao Tianmeng's strength had improved, so it was difficult for him to fight back. He had already suffered a great loss. Bang! A low muffled sound of energy rang out, and the violent energy ripples shook Yi Guang back. He only stabilized his body after a dozen meters, and blood spurted out from his mouth again. Chao Tianmeng took advantage of Yi Guang again, but he did not stop. He turned into a flash of lightning and attacked Yi Guang in an instant, playing with symbol arrays in front of me. You must be tired of living. Inside the symbol array, laughter rang out, and then the wind whistled. Inside the huge symbol array that covered the sky, a terrifying energy fluctuated, as if it was about to collapse. Then, the thin old man's pupils shrank, and his gaze changed dramatically. His strongest technique, the absolute wind-killing array, which was enough to trap a pulse spirit realm Nirvana realm cultivator at the peak of the Nirvana realm, exploded. Rumble. Wild and violent energy swept across the vast sky, causing the entire stone city to tremble violently. The frightening symbol array that had shaken one's heart and soul was actually so easily destroyed. Pfft. The thin old man's pale face turned pale, and blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth on his shocked face. Whoosh! At the same time, a blurry figure in a purple robe rushed out from the destroyed symbol array like a ghost. A symbol palm print wrapped in dazzling symbol light mercilessly went straight for the thin old man's chest. Everything happened too fast, and the thin old man, who was continuously injured, could only retreat quickly. Chapter 107. However, the runic palm print that caused his soul to tremble grew closer and closer in his constricted pupils. Bang bang. The purple figure was too fast. The rune palm print landed on the skinny old man's chest like a bolt of lightning, causing energy to pour out. You have the power of the primordial spirit. You are, at this moment, the skinny old man's pupils dilated. His face was aghast and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. At the last second, he finally discovered a secret. He realized that Du Xiaofu had the power of the primordial spirit. There was an elite primordial spirit. To be able to condense the primordial spirit, this proved that the cultivation of the primordial spirit had already reached the legendary level. That level of cultivation was not something that he could compare to. He was truly unlucky. Ah! However, before the skinny old man could finish his sentence, he could not help but scream. Then, his body flew out in a sorry state. Finally, he fell from the sky and his life force was destroyed. He was definitely dead. The spiritual symbol master has been killed. Everyone looked up at the sky. When they saw that the terrifying spiritual symbol master had been killed by Du Xiaofu, they were filled with shock. Then, they were ecstatic. The morale of the Sure City was greatly boosted. However, to the people of the Flowing Cloud County, this was a huge blow. Elder Heng Chao Tianmeng, who was fighting with Yi Guang in the distance, shouted in anger. A 4-star spiritual symbol master. He had paid a hefty price to invite him to the Flowing Cloud County. It was because his sect had some relationship with Elder Heng that he was able to invite the 4-star spiritual symbol master to the Flowing Cloud County. Since there was a 4-star spiritual symbol master in the Flowing Cloud County, the Flowing Cloud County had always had a high reputation in the surrounding counties. However, Chao Tianmeng had never expected that the talisman master he had hired from the Flowing Cloud County would end up like this in the end. He had actually lost his life in the Stone City. Bastard, I will wash the Sure City with blood today. Chao Tianmeng's face was ferocious. He attacked with all his might and landed on Yi Guang's body again. He destroyed the circle of light around Yi Guang and sent him flying. Die! Chao Tianmeng was enraged. He shouted coldly with killing intent. His profound qi surged and turned into an afterimage. He appeared in front of Yi Guang in a flash and punched at Yi Guang, who was unable to resist. Yi Guang's gaze was extremely grave as he stared at the fist that was about to reach him. Then, a final ruthless sneer appeared in his eyes. Yi Guang knew that he could no longer defend himself. However, even if he were to die, he would make Chao Tianmeng pay the ultimate price. He would have to risk his life for the last bit of energy fluctuation. Back then, I spared your life and let you leave. Who would have thought that you would dare to come and offend Stone City today? I will not let you off. Suddenly, an overbearing and deep shout resounded through the sky, and the overbearing voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. Dark clouds gathered in the sky where the voice came from. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the weather changed. As the overbearing voice rang out, an extremely powerful pressure abruptly descended. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Chao Tianmeng's face instantly turned pale under the pressure. His body, which was pouncing towards Yi Guang, suddenly froze. A look of horror quickly spread across his face. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. In the sky, a lightning pillar pierced through the space like a thunderbolt and violently collided with Chao Tianmeng's fist. Bang! The power of lightning poured out, and the space trembled. Chao Tianmeng's body was directly hit by the lightning. His body was sent flying as lightning flashed all over his body. Roar! The lion's roar was like thunder. As Chao Tianmeng's body was sent flying, a huge lion with lightning flashing all over its body appeared in the sky. It was a terrifying and mighty lion. Its body was extremely powerful and it was indescribably terrifying. Lightning flashed all over its body, causing thunder to rumble in the sky above Stone City. Today, I will not let those who offend Stone City go. The overbearing and thick voice was like muffled thunder as it swept across the horizon. The aura of lightning within the shout caused the space of the entire Stone City to freeze. The profound energy within the bodies of all the cultivators was blocked. Everyone looked in horror at the lightning demonic lion that suddenly appeared in the sky. More than half of the bloody battlefield came to a standstill. It's the lightning demonic lion that protects our Stone City. After a short pause, everyone in Stone City immediately burst into ecstasy. As for the army of the Flowing Cloud County, fear finally crept into their hearts. Leizu actually came out of seclusion. Stone City is safe. Yi Baolin, Yi Guang and the few experts who knew about the lightning demonic lion were pleasantly surprised. My seclusion was disturbed and I did not make a breakthrough. However, it is different from before. It is full of vitality and it seems to have benefited from the blood of the golden-winged great rock. Du Xiaofu muttered as he raised his head to look at the majestic lightning demonic lion. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Roar! The king-scaled demon tiger roared. A pair of tiger claws tore apart the armored beast that was covered in yellow scales and the demonic beast illusionary figure that looked like a wolf, yet not a wolf, yet not a dog. After which, its wings carried a terrifying fluctuation as it simultaneously smashed into the bodies of the two elders who had just ascended to the meridian spiritual stage. Puchi. The two elders spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were severely injured and their eyes were filled with fear. They did not expect that even with the three of them working together, they would still be unable to deal with a king-scaled demonic tiger that had just broken through to the mysterious pulse spirit realm. This king-scaled demonic tiger was too terrifying. Its strength was not something an ordinary demonic beast that had just broken through to the mysterious pulse spirit realm could compare with. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared. Having just broken through to the mysterious pulse spirit realm, it was enough to resist the combined attack of 3 pulse spirit realm experts. The tiger's mouth roared ferociously as it swallowed the elder that was attacking Du Xiaofu into its mouth. Run, the lightning demonic lion is still here. Run, the 2 elders who had just been seriously injured by the king-scaled demonic tiger were already scared out of their wits. At this moment, when they saw the lightning demonic lion that had suddenly appeared, they did not dare to stay any longer and wanted to escape. Roar! However, how could the king-scaled demonic tiger let go of the 2 severely injured pulse spirit realm experts? It flapped its wings and flew out as fast as lightning, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. In an instant, the king-scaled demonic tiger grabbed the head of the slower elder in its claws. With a forceful squeeze, the elder's head exploded. Immediately after, the king-scaled demonic tiger chased after the second elder. How could someone with 2 legs run faster than someone with wings? Not long after, the old man was unable to escape his fate and was directly swallowed into the king-scaled demonic tiger's bloody mouth. Not good, the lightning demonic lion is still alive. It doesn't look like an oil lamp that has run out of fuel. Chao Tianmeng's expression changed drastically. His bloody mouth twitched as he stared at the lightning demonic lion hovering in the air. Fear spread in his heart. He felt that he had been deceived. The 2 super experts were probably hiding something from him. Run! Chao Tianmeng did not dare to stay any longer. Ignoring the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his figure quickly fled. You can't be forgiven. The lightning demonic lion moved. Its majestic body was wrapped in lightning runes. Like a lightning ball, it swept across the sky and pounced towards Chao Tianmeng. Its speed was many times faster than Chao Tianmeng's. Suddenly, a lion claw landed on Chao Tianmeng's shoulder as lightning energy surged out. 2 lords, you must be here. 2 lords, please save me. Chao Tianmeng was horrified. Under the lightning demonic lion's aura, he did not even have the courage to resist. At this point, he could only gamble on whether the 2 super experts would save him. He came to Stone City because of the 2 super experts. They were also the ones who told him that the lightning demonic lion's oil lamp had run out. Hearing Chao Tianmeng's sudden cry for help, everyone was shocked. Could it be that there was another expert behind Chao Tianmeng? If Chao Tianmeng called them lords, then who was this expert? Could he be able to resist the lightning demonic lion? The lightning demonic lion's huge lion eyes flashed with lightning energy. Its body was slightly sluggish. I can't believe that an animal that has run out of oil can still be rejuvenated. What a surprise. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Shortly after, spatial ripples tore through space appeared in front of Chao Tianmeng. After that, 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared in the air. With the appearance of the 2 figures, the stone city trembled inexplicably. It was as if the air in the entire stone city had frozen. The lightning demonic lion's pupils shrunk as shock filled its eyes. In the space in front of it, Du Xiaofu, who was floating in mid-air, had a grave expression on his face. In the backyard of the Du family, a drunken figure carried a wine gourd in his hand as he staggered out of the courtyard. Then, he looked at the sky filled with lightning and thunder and continued walking. Is he going out? On a quaint bluestone path in the Du family, Yi Bai, who was dressed in rags and had a head of white hair like a bird's nest, was digging at an ant's nest with a withered branch. The lightning and thunder in the distant sky seemed to have nothing to do with him. The drunken figure staggered as he walked on the bluestone path, as if he would fall at any moment. If someone saw him, they would be worried that he would fall after a few steps. Is he going out? Fu Bai, who was digging at the ant's nest, didn't even look at Du Tingxian as he spoke. Then, he continued digging at the ant's nest as if there were treasures inside. Yes, I'm going out for a walk. Du Tingxian also didn't look at Fu Bai as he staggered past Fu Bai and almost fell on him. The plot is coming. Little you, continue to write. There will be an explosive update today. Chapter 108. Don't step on my ants. These ants are precious. Fu Bai suddenly said loudly as if these ants were treasures to him. The drunk Du Tingxian did not say anything and continued to walk forward without turning his head. Third young master, the stone city is in chaos. It is said that the Flowing Cloud County's army is attacking our stone city. The patriarch, second master, and the elders have all gone to kill the enemy. At the Du family's gate, everyone was in a state of panic. Everyone was nervous. When the chief steward saw Du Tingxian walk out of the Du family, he immediately said to Du Tingxian, "Oh." Du Tingxian seemed to have woken up in a daze. His drunken state seemed to have sobered up a little, and he raised his hand to rub his drowsy eyes. Under his messy hair, there should be an extremely handsome face, but the smell of alcohol on his body was overwhelming. "Third young master, are you going out?" The chief steward couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I'm going out," Du Tingxian said softly. "Third young master, the stone city is in chaos right now. I just saw young master Xiaofu kill a spirit talisman master. It's too chaotic. Third young master, it's better if you don't walk around." The chief steward did not have a high cultivation, but his eyesight was extraordinary. He did not go to kill the enemy because he wanted to protect the Du family. "It's fine, I'll just go kill a few people," Du Tingxian said. Then, his drunk body walked out of the Du family's street. For some reason, everyone's vision blurred and his drunk body appeared at the entrance of the street. "Kill a few people. What's wrong with the third master today? He seems a little different." Many of the surrounding Du family members were puzzled. They all felt that the third master was a little different today. His drunk back seemed to be straightening up. Following the appearance of the two figures, one black and one white, they both wore cloaks that covered their faces, making it difficult to see their appearances. However, the invisible aura that spread out from their bodies was enough to tell everyone how powerful their cultivations were. When Chao Tianmong saw the two figures, one in black and one in white, he was surprised and happy at the same time. He immediately cried for help, "My lords, please save me." The black-robed figure ignored Chao Tianmong. Instead, he glanced at the thunder demonic lion and said, "The aura of this beast seems to be special. Even when the oil lamp is exhausted, it is still alive. I will keep you alive later. I am interested in studying you." As his voice faded, the black robe gently waved his dirty sleeve. The surrounding space immediately trembled, as if there was an invisible natural energy fluctuating. Finally, with a shocking speed, it appeared on the lightning demonic lion's lion claw, which had just landed on Chao Tianmong's shoulder. Hula! Immediately, the power of thunder and lightning was destroyed. Then, a rune spread out and enveloped the thunder lion. Roar! The thunderbolt lion had no choice but to let Chao Tianmong go. It roared, and a thunderbolt shot out of its mouth along with a thunderbolt talisman. It quickly collided with the talisman that was enveloping Chao Tianmong. Boom! When the two energies collided, thunder and lightning raged and exploded. The surrounding space immediately collapsed, and a strong wind swept out. The talisman that the black-robed figure had shot out did not dissipate after the collision. Instead, it suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Hula! The light from the talisman was dazzling, and an ancient aura filled the sky. Finally, it connected with each other, and like a huge net, it passed through the space and enveloped the thunder demonic lion. Roar! The thunder demonic lion seemed to have sensed something. Its eyes were filled with shock. Thunder and lightning surrounded its body, and like numerous thunder pythons, it blocked the huge talisman net. A domineering and terrifying aura spread out in the sky. However, although the power of thunder and lightning was domineering and terrifying, it did not seem to have any effect in front of the huge talisman net. The huge talisman net was not afraid of the power of thunder and lightning. It shrunk tighter and tighter, and an ancient aura spread out. Then, it tightly wrapped around the thunder demonic lion. Bang! No matter how the thunder demonic lion struggled, and even if it wanted to return to its original size, it could not break free from the huge talisman net. Finally, the huge talisman net wrapped around the thunder demonic lion, and its body fell from the sky. The tremors caused the ground to crack, and it could no longer move. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." "Thank you, sir." After escaping death, Chao Tianmong's face was pale. He was still in shock, and he immediately went to the black-robed figure's side. "Trash, what's the use of keeping you alive?" The black-robed man's eyes were cold and indifferent as he spoke. He gently waved his hand and a palm imprint swiftly pressed down on Chao Tianmong's head. Chao Tianmong had yet to recover from his shock, and the palm imprint landed on his head. With a dull thud, the energy spread out. Chao Tianmong's frightened and regretful eyes instantly froze, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Then, Chao Tianmong's tall and strong body was smashed into a mist of blood by the black-robed man's hand. Too powerful. The person who came is a supreme expert. In just a few moves, the black-robed figure had restrained the thunder demonic lion and killed Chao Tianmong, the princess of Luyun County. The entire city fell silent in shock. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. The two figures, one in black and one in white, who had suddenly appeared, were too powerful. The black-robed figure did not care about anyone's gazes. The indifferent aura that he emitted made it seem as if the entire city was just an ant in his eyes. I didn't expect you to have a primordial spirit with you. No wonder you have been different recently. However, the gaze of the black-robed man under the cloak finally landed on Du Xiaofu. It was as if he could see through Du Xiaofu with a single glance. The place you came from is not simple. I'm afraid this borderland is not suitable for you. Du Xiaofu looked at the black-robed figure and said. Your primordial spirit seems to have a good eye, and it seems to have an extraordinary background. However, since you are among them, I will kill you as well, the black-robed figure said coldly. Kill me. Du Xiaofu was clearly enraged. His expression darkened as he said, although you have an extraordinary background, with your current strength, if it was back then, it would be a matter of minutes for me to kill you. You are courting death. As these two simple words rang out, the black-robed man made his move. As his voice rang out, his figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The rune on his palm fluctuated as a palm imprint slammed down. Fuck, a tiger will be bullied by a dog when it goes down to the plains. A dragon will be toyed with by a shrimp when it is in the shallows. Du Xiaofu softly cried out. His eyes were grave. However, he did not feel any lingering fear. Instead, he felt somewhat helpless. Immediately, he formed a hand seal. Waves of symbols swiftly surged. Finally, they swiftly agglomerated into a dragon-shaped illusory figure. This giant dragon figure was over 100 meters long. As the giant dragon figure appeared in the sky, a monstrous aura spread out in an instant, causing the surrounding space to distort. Such a frightening aura caused the expressions of quite a few people to change drastically. It turned out that Du Xiaofu's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the surrounding space distorted. The terrifying aura caused people's hearts to tremble. Then, it collided with the rune palm print. Chi 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 chi, such a collision happened in a flash. Immediately, the space above was distorted. The runes were dazzling, and the dragon figure shocked the sky. However, in the end, the dragon figure seemed to lack momentum and was directly destroyed by the runes. It turned into rune fragments that covered the sky and scattered everywhere. Pucci, Du Xiaofu's body was also sent flying. In the end, he landed on the ground and staggered back a dozen steps before stabilizing his body. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the aura on his body immediately withered. Kid, the person who came is too strong. I've already done my best. Be careful. Don't die. Zhen Qingchuan's voice rang out in Du Xiaofu's mind. Just now, Zhen Qingchun had been using the power of his origin spirit in Du Xiaofu's body as a carrier to attack. However, Zhen Qingchuan's origin spirit had recovered too little in the end. At this point, he was already powerless. He could not even stay in Du Xiaofu's mind. Although Du Xiaofu's body was controlled by Zhen Qingchun, he had seen and understood everything that had just happened. As the power of Zhen Qingchuan's origin spirit receded, his aura immediately withered, and he almost fell to the ground. Du Xiaofu looked at the two figures in mid-air, one in black and one in white. His expression was extremely solemn. The invisible aura fluctuations around the two figures seemed to have frozen the space. In terms of strength, they were definitely the strongest people he had seen so far. No one knew if the black-robed figure was surprised because Du Xiaofu had blocked the attack just now, or because Du Xiaofu had recovered. His expression could not be seen clearly under the cloak. Then, he shook his head slightly and said in an indifferent voice, "Anyway, the result can't be changed. I should have completely eliminated all future troubles. Now, die." After the indifferent voice sounded, the black-robed figure swooped down and waved his hand. A claw directly grabbed at Du Xiaofu. Qi La. A terrifying ancient aura enveloped Du Xiaofu's body first, causing Du Xiaofu to be unable to move at all. The cloak of the white-robed middle-aged man in the air moved slightly. There seemed to be some fluctuations in his expression, but no one knew what he was thinking. "Xiaofu, be careful." Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Their hearts were in their throats for Du Xiaofu. The black-robed figure's strength was really too terrifying. Du Xiaofu's eyes turned scarlet as he looked at the claw coming at him. However, at this moment, there was nothing he could do. He did not even have the right to fight with his life. Recently, Du Xiaofu had been a little happy in his heart. His strength had improved tremendously. Sooner or later, he would become stronger and eventually become an expert. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu truly realized that he was far from enough. Chapter 109. If it was an enemy, they would never give him the time to slowly grow. He had to constantly grow stronger. Only with absolute strength could he protect himself, his loved ones, and everything he cared about. But now, it was too late. The claw descended, getting closer and closer. Du Xiaofu's pupils dilated. At this moment, Du Xiaofu deeply felt how insignificant he was in front of a true expert. "If he loses even a single hair, I will make you regret ever being born." Suddenly, just as the claw of the black-robed figure was less than 3 inches away from Du Xiaofu, a faint voice quietly sounded from behind Du Xiaofu. Then, a tall and straight figure slowly walked out from behind Du Xiaofu. It seemed slow, but in an instant, it was in front of Du Xiaofu. It was a dazzling sight. Following the appearance of this tall and straight figure, even the ancient and powerful aura that enveloped Du Xiaofu's body disappeared without a trace, causing the pressure on Du Xiaofu to instantly disappear. The moment this figure appeared, the black-robed figure and the white-robed figure in mid-air slightly lifted their cloaks. Then, their bodies suddenly trembled. Although the expressions of the faces under the cloaks could not be seen, it was not difficult to tell that the appearance of this tall and straight figure had definitely shocked the black-robed and white-robed figures. After a slight pause, the black-robed figure withdrew his claw that was about to grab Du Xiaofu. From the position of the cloak, it seemed that his gaze had already passed through the gap of the cloak and tightly fell on the figure who had just arrived. Everyone's gazes were startled. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on the tall and straight figure that had suddenly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. After clearly seeing who it was, everyone's eyes were filled with indescribable astonishment. "It's the Du family's third brother. How could it be that drunkard from the Du family? It's the third master. Why is the third master here?" All the forces present were shocked. The person who came was none other than the third son of the Du family, Du Tingxian. In Stone City, the reputation of the third son of the Du family was comparable to that of Du Xiaofu, the foolish young master. Third brother, Du Zhenwu and Du Zhixiong looked at each other. After the initial shock, their faces were filled with pleasant surprise and anticipation. Du Xiaofu hurriedly turned to the side and saw his father standing beside him when he heard the faint voice. The drunkard's father was still drunk. His clothes were messy and his long hair was messy, covering most of his face and forehead. He was still holding a wine jug in his hand. "Father." Du Xiaofu was startled, and a look of pleasant surprise quickly surged onto his face. Then, his expression slowly calmed down. You won't die. Du Tingxian only said a few words to Du Xiaofu in a flat tone, still reeking of alcohol. Yes. Du Xiaofu nodded. Relying on his outstanding mental energy perception, Du Xiaofu felt that the drunkard's father was different today. He was very different from usual, and his body seemed to be taller than before. What made Du Xiaofu even more surprised was that his drunkard father's aura, which was clearly just a whiff of alcohol, was able to completely block the terrifying aura of the black-robed man. You finally came out. Looking at Du Tingxian, the black-robed man said. Du Tingxian raised his head. Although the black-robed man wore a cloak to cover his face, Du Tingxian seemed to be able to see through him. He said, "Don't be so sneaky. Do you think I don't know who you are? Take it off, it looks like a loincloth." Humph. The black-robed man snorted coldly. Then, he threw away the bamboo hat on his head, revealing his face. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His eyes were deep and gloomy, and he had a heroic spirit. In mid-air, the white-robed man seemed to hesitate for a moment, but then he also took off his bamboo hat. The two of them were about the same age, but the white-robed man was slightly thinner. His expression did not change much, and it was unknown what he was thinking at the moment. Du Xiaofu's gaze also fell on the black-robed and white-robed man's faces. He was somewhat puzzled. It seemed that the drunkard's father not only knew these two people, but also had some understanding of them. Du Tingxuan's long hair covered his forehead, and his gaze fluctuated. He turned back to look at Du Xiaofu, then turned back to look at the black-robed man. With a smile, he said, "My son, you must have met him long ago. He looks a lot like me. He has finally grown up, and he hasn't made me worry. It's not easy." As he spoke, the corners of Du Tingxuan's mouth curled into a smile. It was obvious that his lips were very thin, and his smile was very pure. Especially when he said that his son looked like him, he smiled even more happily. He said, "Counting the days, you have been here for almost 17 years. Humph." The black-robed man did not know what Du Tingxuan's words meant, so he only snorted coldly and continued to look at Du Tingxian gloomily. "You want to kill my son?" Du Tingxian asked. "If we kill him, there will be no future trouble." The black-robed man twitched, and then gloomily looked at Du Tingxian. He said, "This little bastard should not have existed. He is not a bastard, he is my son." Du Tingxian said softly. His voice was calm, but it revealed a solid strength. "Because he is your son, so he is a bastard. If it were not for you, everything would be fine." The black-robed man said in a deep voice. "You will pay for what you said." Du Tingxuan's voice was calm, but it began to fluctuate with a fierce aura. "Ha ha." The black-robed man laughed loudly, and then looked at Du Tingxian. He said, "For nearly 17 years, you have been drunk every day. Do you think it is still the same? Today, you actually came out. That's fine, I will get rid of you once and for all." "You can't get rid of me." Du Tingxian raised his head again. Then, under the surprised gazes of many people, he pushed his messy long hair behind his shoulders, completely revealing half of his face that was covered by his long hair. This was a resolute face, as resolute as Du Xiaofu's face. His slender eyebrows slanted to his temples, and his thick and long eyelashes softened his originally resolute and powerful facial features. However, his slightly furrowed brows seemed to hide many deep thoughts. If his face was clean and refreshing, this face would definitely be enough to make women turn around to take a few more glances. However, today, his drunken appearance, coupled with the beard on his face, made him look much older. However, this also gave him a strong masculine charm. Even his voice, which reeked of alcohol, gave it a mellowness that would tug at the heartstrings of any woman. He looked at the black-robed middle-aged man and said, "You really shouldn't have touched my son." As his calm voice faded, Du Tingxuan's eyes gradually sharpened. "I did not want to touch him, I wanted to kill him." The black-robed man said gloomily, "You should know that not to mention killing you and your son, even slaughtering this small stone city would be as easy as blowing off dust for us. You are talking about the people behind you." Du Tingshuan's sharp eyes began to fluctuate as he said, "But at the very least, you won't be able to do so. Back then, you were already no match for me. Compared to them, you are far too lacking. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent you to this border region. It seems that in their hearts, you are not even worth mentioning. Du Tingxian, you are courting death." The black-robed man's face was completely gloomy. Du Tingshuan's words seemed to have poked at his sore spot. A ruthless look surged in his eyes, and a terrifying aura spread out. A large expanse of rune light spread out, as dazzling as stars. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept out. Above the stone city, winds and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. The black-robed middle-aged man roared in a ferocious and deep voice. With a clench of his hand, mysterious runes surged, transforming into a battle mace. Dazzling energy radiance sparkled on the surface of the mace. As the runes extended, the black-robed middle-aged man pounced towards Du Tingxian, while sternly roaring out, "Du Tingxian, you're ultimately unable to compare with me. All of you commoners are just ants, born to be lowly. Chi." As the roar sounded, the battle mace was accompanied by a monstrous aura. Light blossomed like stars, and the space where it passed was directly distorted. It whistled through the air, and headed straight for Du Tingshuan's head. Boom! Just as the battle mace arrived in front of him, the corners of Du Tingshuan's mouth slightly twitched. His sharp pitch-black eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, it was as if he had changed into a different person, as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. At this moment, Du Tingxian was no longer the usually drunk third brother of the Du family. The terrifying aura that suddenly spread out from his body was enough to cause the sky to change color. His figure moved, and instead of advancing, he retreated. Du Tingshuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, as he calmly looked at the dazzling battle mace that was rushing towards him. He did not have the slightest intention of dodging. At some point in time, mysterious runes flew out from his palm, and transformed into a long spear. Lightning flickered on the long spear, and the resplendent lightning wreaked havoc in the vast sky. It was extremely terrifying and shocking. Chi! In front of the battle mace, the space exploded. However, just as the battle mace appeared less than an inch away from Du Tingxian, Du Tingshuan's figure turned into an afterimage that floated in the sky. The battle mace pierced through Du Tingshuan's afterimage, and the afterimage shattered, causing ripples in the air, which was dazzling to the eyes. The instant the battle mace penetrated Du Tingshuan's afterimage, the pores on the black-robed middle-aged man's body immediately stood up. After which, his dark and solemn eyes were greatly shocked. Soon after, he saw that the tall figure, which had disappeared, had already appeared less than a meter in front of him. Chi! In his panic, the black-robed middle-aged man could only arrange a small star-like protective rune halo around his body. For nearly 17 years, if I wasn't drunk every day, how could they be at ease? But did you really think that I was drunk every day all these years? Brothers, there are still 3 hours left today, and there are only a dozen or so more flowers to reach 300. Can you help Xiao Yu reach 300? Xiao Yu, continue to write, there are more explosions today. Xiao Yu doesn't know how many explosions tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that will be, but he will do his best every day. He still has strength today, so there will be more in a while, and he will not be lazy. Chapter 110. Murderous intent filled his pitch-black eyes. The long spear in his hand trembled as lightning surrounded it. It was as if a lightning dragon was descending from the heavens. Accompanied by the flickering of lightning, it brought along a thunderous sound as it violently streaked across the sky. Roar! The Thunder Dragon spear easily pierced through the small star-sized runic circle and directly plunged into the black-robed middle-aged man's chest. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of thunder resounded. Above the stone city, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. I said before that you will pay the price. In front of me, you have no right to be arrogant. The light dimmed as Du Tingxian pulled out the lightning energy spear from the black-robed middle-aged man's chest. However, the lightning energy spear immediately turned into a mysterious rune and returned to his palm. Looking at the black-robed middle-aged man's stiff face, Du Tingxian said indifferently, "You can't touch my son, Du Tingshuan's son." His voice was extremely calm, but it was extremely sharp. Crash. Following Du Tingshuan's words, the black-robed middle-aged man's body, which was absolutely terrifying, had lightning flashing from the inside out. In the end, it turned into a bloody mist. With just one move, a terrifying expert that even the Thunder Demonic Lion was no match for was killed by Du Tingxian. The entire scene trembled and everyone's faces changed. Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong were also shocked. It was obvious that they did not know that their third brother's strength had reached such a terrifying level. This was no longer an ordinary expert. He had definitely reached the level of a super expert. The third brother of the Du family. In the silent surroundings, these 4 words were engraved in everyone's hearts. It turned out that the strongest expert in the Stone City was not the Thunder Demonic Lion that had been guarding the Stone City for hundreds of years, nor was it the King-scaled Demonic Tiger, nor was it the recently emerged Du Xiaofu. It was Du Tingxian, the drunkard of the Du family, Du Xiaofu's father. A foolish young master and a drunkard for a father. This pair of father and son were once famous in the Stone City, and today, their names shook the entire city. It was just that today, everything had come too shocking. Goo goo, after a while, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, I was deceived by my old man for 16 years. Du Xiaofu looked at his drunkard father, who had already stepped into the air. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure, but his chest continued to rise and fall. Why aren't you making a move? Du Tingxian looked at the middle-aged man in white in front of him. The eyes in the middle of the white shirt were still filled with shock. Hearing this, he looked at Du Tingxian and said, "It's useless even if I make a move. I didn't expect that you haven't been idle all these years. We were all fooled by you. What do you plan to do?" Du Tingxian asked the middle-aged man in white. "Let's see if you will kill me as well," the middle-aged man in white said with a wry smile. "I don't intend to kill you." Du Tingxian looked at the middle-aged man in white and said, "I killed one because he wanted to kill my son. I didn't kill you because I want you to go back and tell them that you broke the promise first." "Indeed, we broke the promise first." The white-clothed middle-aged man laughed bitterly. After which, he looked at Du Tingxian and said, "However, forgive me for being blunt. With your current strength, I am no match for you. However, even with your current strength, you are still too insignificant before us. What can you do?" Du Tingxian smiled, picked up the wine jug hanging at his waist, and took a sip. He said, "I am still young, and my son is even younger. As long as we are alive, we will have a chance." "A chance?" The middle-aged man in white smiled faintly and said, "Actually, you should know very well how small this chance is." "No," Du Tingxian shook his head and said, "you should also know that it's not just me and my son. If you break the promise, it won't be just me and my son." The middle-aged man in white frowned, as if he was speechless. "Scram. Go back and tell them that before I am alive, they must not touch my son, unless I am dead." Du Tingxian looked at the middle-aged man in white without much courtesy. "I will pass on your words." The middle-aged man in white glanced at Du Xiaofu again, then left in a flash, quickly disappearing from everyone's line of sight. After the white-clothed middle-aged man left, everyone's eyes once again landed on Du Tingxian, who was hovering at a low altitude. Du Tingxian looked down at the blood flowing like a river, his eyes fluctuating. A wind blew, and the smell of blood swept across Stone City. The blood that has flowed in Stone City today must be repaid with blood. As his voice faded, Du Tingxian waved his long robe, and lightning suddenly surged in the air. Countless lightning runes flashed and disappeared, but in the sky above, endless dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Swoosh! Suddenly, the middle-aged man from the flowing cloud county who'd been suppressing Bai Wei had a dumbstruck expression on his face. After that, a bolt of lightning flashed before him, and then it directly transformed into a bolt of lightning that blasted onto his body. Ah! The middle-aged man in Pulse Spirit Realm immediately screamed, and then was bombarded into a bloody mist by the thunderbolt. Ah! Then, continuous screams rang out, echoing in the streets of Stone City, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Then, in the flowing Cloud County army, as long as the cultivators above the Pulse realm, a strange lightning appeared in front of them, and then they were directly blasted into pieces by the thunderbolt. The screams and wails only lasted for a moment, and after the sound of thunder resounded, almost 100 Pulse realm cultivators were directly turned into ashes, not even leaving behind a corpse. In the flowing Cloud County army, all the cultivators above the Pulse realm were killed in an instant. Gulp gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva, dumbfounded. This terrifying way of killing made everyone's hair stand on end, and their hair stand on end. A bolt of lightning fell on the Thunder Lion that was still bound, turning into a lightning rune, and then directly destroyed the rune binding on the Thunder Lion's body. Roar! The Thunder Lion regained its freedom, and let out a low growl. Then, the lion's eyes looked at Du Tingxian, and said, "I didn't expect your cultivation to have reached such a level. You are indeed the one with the strongest talent I have ever seen in Stone City. Back then, I still owed you a favor." The sharpness in Du Tingxian's eyes faded a lot, and he smiled as he looked at the Thunder Lion. "Back then, you snuck into the Yi family, wanting to sneak into the lightning pool, but you didn't know that the lightning pool only opens once every 3 years. The Thunder Lion shook its majestic body, and also smiled. "However, you gave me a drop of essence blood and kept it a secret from me, so I owe you a favor. Unfortunately, I have been busy all these years, so I haven't been able to pay you back." There was an apologetic expression in Du Tingxian's eyes. It was precisely because of that drop of lightning monstrous lion's blood essence from back then that he had obtained many benefits in his journey of cultivation. However, that favor was something that he had never been able to repay in all these years. Your son paid it back for you, and the interest was not small. The Thunder Lion smiled. "That's right, he is my son." Du Tingxian slightly smiled, and then the surrounding figure fluctuated, and he mysteriously disappeared in midair. Roar! Looking at Du Tingxian's disappearing figure, the Thunder Lion roared, and then loudly said, "Those who left behind a blood debt in Stone City, blood debt must be paid with blood, leave no one alive. Kill!" Shocking murderous aura swept through the sky, and within Stone City, there was a massacre. There were no more experts in the flowing Cloud County army, and it was difficult for them to fight against Stone City. What awaited them was a massacre by the people of Stone City. Blood debt must be paid with blood, and the massacre continued until dusk. On the streets of Stone City, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses were everywhere. Du Xiaofu left the King's scaled demonic tiger on the battlefield, but he did not participate in the final massacre. Already exhausted, it was difficult for him to even walk. In the end, Du Xiaofu was supported by his cousin, Du Shui, back to the Du family. Du Hao, Du Gui, Du Yan, Du Yu, and the other juniors had also been killing the enemies. Each of them was covered in blood, and their eyes were red. Facing the enemy, they did not lose any face for the Du family. Fu Yibai was still digging out the ant nest. When he saw Du Xiaofu return, his expression was not good. He unwillingly raised his head and said, "Big brother, let's have another bet, okay? Whoever stares at the ant nest the longest wins." If you lose, you will have to call me Big Brother in the future. Not interested. Du Xiaofu was not interested, he needed to immediately adjust his breathing. Don't go, otherwise, we can wait until your injuries are better. Fu Yibai loudly said. All these years, what he wanted to do the most was to win back his original bet. He absolutely could not lose, he had never lost before. After returning to the courtyard, Du Xiaofu did not see his drunkard father, so he went back to his room. Du Xiaofu called out to Zhen Qingchun in the small pagoda, but he did not hear any response from Zhen Qingchun. In the end, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began to adjust his breathing. At night, no one slept in Stone City. The bloody battle during the day was still lingering in everyone's mind. Overnight, all the major families and forces in Stone City tidied up the corpses of their family members. Looking at the corpses of their friends and family members, there were endless cries of grief and indignation. The sound of sobbing lingered in the air above Stone City for a long time, making people feel unbearable grief. 3 days later, Du Xiaofu finally stopped cultivating in his room. Phew! After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the faint golden light in his eyes receded. Du Xiaofu's pale face regained some color, but it was not difficult to see that he had not fully recovered from the fluctuations in his aura. Brother Qingchun. Du Xiaofu took out the small pagoda and poured his xian qi into it. However, there was no reaction from the small pagoda at this moment. This made Du Xiaofu's heart tighten as he began to truly worry. Although he had never paid much attention to Zhen Qingchun, Du Xiaofu had long since considered Zhen Qingchun as his big brother. Zhen Qingchun's guidance made Du Xiaofu feel grateful. His primordial spirit has been exhausted to the extreme, so he should have fallen into a deep slumber. Nothing will happen to him. A faint voice was heard as a tall figure appeared in Du Xiaofu's room. 10:00 p.m. Today's update is complete. Brothers, please rest early after you have contributed flowers, recommended coffee, etc. Tomorrow, Xiao Yu, continue to work hard. Once again, I would like to thank the brothers for sending the flowers over 300. Chapter 111. Du Xiaofu raised his head, looking at the tall figure who had entered noiselessly before him. It was his drunkard father, but today, his drunkard father was untainted by even a speck of dust, and had even changed into a brand new set of clothes. It was a green robe. Du Xiaofu remembered that this green robe was the one he had bought for his drunkard father last time. The drunkard's father's messy long hair was combed to the back of his head. A few strands of hair fell on his shoulders, making his already resolute face even more handsome. Du Tingxian also followed Du Xiaofu's gaze to look at the robe he was wearing, and said softly, "It fits quite well. I seem to look quite like you." After staring for a long time, Du Xiaofu found that he looked quite similar to his drunkard father. Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Because you are my son." His voice was deep and rich, full of magnetism. "You are my father, but I have hidden many things from my son, haven't I?" Du Xiaofu looked at his drunkard father and pursed his lips, saying, "You were also the one behind the ancestral shrine stone coffin, weren't you? You actually knew." Du Tingxian had a look of surprise on his face, his gaze like the brightest star in the night. "I didn't know at first, but after I could cultivate, I could smell the alcohol on my body. So, other than you, who else could have done it?" Du Xiaofu said, "Next time you do something sneaky, be sure to pay attention to the smell of alcohol." "As expected of my son," Du Tingxian said with a smile. "That ancestral shrine stone coffin is a treasure?" Du Xiaofu asked doubtfully. The ancestral shrine stone coffin was definitely extraordinary, having the same effect as the golden-winged rock's body cultivation technique, which could cleanse one's bones and cleanse one's marrow. Du Xiaofu even felt that the effects of the ancestral sarcophagus would not be inferior to the golden-winged great rock's body tempering technique. He had practiced the golden-winged great peng bird's body tempering technique, so he had been able to reach the first level of the golden feather tempering technique very quickly. If not for the stone coffin in the ancestral temple that had cleansed his bones and cleansed his marrow, he would not have been able to reach the second level of the body tempering technique so quickly. It should be, but I don't know what it is. I accidentally discovered its use. It's an ancestral item. Those elders respect it very much and don't allow it to be touched. Du Tingxian smiled. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. It seemed that his drunkard father had accidentally discovered the function of the ancestral shrine's sarcophagus and did not know the origin of the sarcophagus. Brother Qingchun will be fine, right? Du Xiaofu looked back at the small tower in his hand, feeling nervous again. He is very strong, but his primordial spirit is very weak. If he recovers a little more, he will be able to discover me. Or perhaps, he has already discovered me. Du Tingxuan's eyebrows moved slightly, and then he said to Du Xiaofu, his primordial spirit has been consumed too much. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to wake up. How long will it take? Du Xiaofu was a little anxious. He hoped that Jin Qingchun would wake up sooner. Not only did he have to wait to learn glyph arrays, but more importantly, Jin Qingchun was his sworn brother. I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe 3 or 5 years, or even longer. Du Tingxian said. Du Xiaofu frowned and said, will it take that long? If you have the chance in the future, you can find some spirit herbs that can help recover the primordial spirit. This way, he will be able to recover faster. Du Tingxian looked at the small tower in Du Xiaofu's hand and said, I don't know the details. I don't know much about those annoying spirit glyph masters. I am also a spirit glyph master. Du Xiaofu frowned. His drunkard father didn't seem to like spirit glyph masters, but he was also a spirit glyph master now. You are also my son. Moreover, you are a martial cultivator first. Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu indifferently, and then said, don't you have anything to ask? Yes. Du Xiaofu nodded, looked at his drunkard father, and said, if you don't tell me, what's the point of asking? If you don't ask, then what should I say? Du Tingxian said. Even if I ask, you might not tell me. Du Xiaofu said. Du Tingxian said, if you ask, then it's your business. But if I don't tell you, then it's my business. Du Xiaofu looked at his drunkard father and frowned fiercely. Finally, he said, sometimes, I really envy you. What do you envy me for? Du Tingxian was somewhat curious. I envy you for having a son like me. I envy you for being able to be my father. Du Tingxian said, what's there to envy? Many people envy me, but they definitely don't envy you for being my son. As his voice fell, Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu, his gaze fluctuating, and said, actually, I also didn't expect that you could actually cultivate. I worked hard for 10 years, but I was treated as a fool for 10 years. Du Xiaofu curled his lips and said. Fortune favors fools. Du Xiaoting seemed to be implying something, and then he said, do you want to know everything? Yes. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly lit up, and immediately, his eyes surged with vigor. Once you know, your future path will be full of difficulties. Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu seriously and said. Dying with a clear understanding is better than dying without knowing anything. Du Xiaofu said. Follow me. After a moment, Du Tingxian nodded and walked out of the room. Du Xiaofu put away the small pagoda in his Qianquan bag and followed behind his drunkard father. The inky blue sky seemed to have been cleansed by clear water. It was fresh and clean, both gentle and solemn. Following his drunkard father, Du Xiaofu arrived at the depths of the mountain range behind the Du family's residence. It was even further than the place where he usually cultivated in the back mountain. This was a mountain peak. Looking up from below, the mountain peaks were very complicated, majestic, and strange. However, when Du Xiaofu reached the top of the mountain, he found that the mountain peak not far away was even more majestic. This made Du Xiaofu feel touched. When people were at the foot of a mountain, they would often sigh that the mountain was too high to reach. However, at this moment, the mountain quietly revealed to you that many people were leisurely descending from its peak. You didn't bring me here to climb the mountain, right? Du Xiaofu looked at the mountain range in the distance, then raised his head and looked at his drunkard father. Nope. As the low and deep magnetic voice fell, Du Xiaoting formed a seal with his hands, and a rune light gushed out from between his eyebrows, bursting out with a dazzling light. It was like the bright moon, but also like the morning dew, flickering indeterminately. It carried a terrifying fluctuation and an incomparable aura that intertwined with each other. Walala. Then, Du Xiaofu found that the rune between his drunkard father's eyebrows was dazzling, as if it was pulling open a painting of the void. A large amount of rune light fluctuated, causing the space to creak. It was obscure and mysterious, and it circulated with an illusory and real light. It was very mysterious. In the end, it enveloped Du Xiaofu, and some runes also rushed into Du Xiaofu's mind. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu felt a sharp pain in his mind. Then, he seemed to have entered a dreamland, an exceptionally vivid dreamland. There was a mountain range that rose and fell in a circle. The peaks were like the outline of a city, verdant and steep, covered by clouds and fog. The vast mountain range was filled with an ancient aura, as if this place had existed for an unknown number of years. Roar! Ao! On the terrain of a precipitous cliff, there were many fierce birds and ferocious beasts. There was a fierce Cheong Chi that looked like a cow and sounded like a dog. There were also beasts that looked like a horse, with a white body and a black tail. They had a horn on their head, tiger fangs and tiger claws. They ate tigers and leopards, fought gods, and sounded like a drum. There were many birds that flapped their wings and circled low in the sky. There was a bird that looked like a crow, with 3 heads and 6 tails, and was called a swanny. There was also a bird that looked like a zhai, with 5 colors, and was called a wan. The numerous ferocious beasts roared like thunder, and their entire bodies emitted a terrifying aura. The sounds of the ferocious birds that flew low in the sky could pierce through metal and split rocks. Their bodies were like dark clouds that pressed down, and their auras caused one's heart to tremble. The aura of the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts spread out, causing the depths of the vast mountain range to become silent. Countless birds and beasts lay dormant, and their bodies trembled without end. If any one of these ferocious birds and ferocious beasts appeared in the outside world, it would probably be sufficient to cause the heavens and the earth to tremble. Any one of these ferocious birds and ferocious beasts was in existence that was revered by millions of people in the outside world, and at this moment, they seemed to have been tamed by someone. Above the cliffs, numerous stars descended from low in the sky. If one looked carefully, one would realize that they were numerous figures that stood in the sky. The aura that spread out from their bodies was like a halo of light, and they were like stars. There were several terrifying figures in the middle. The halos around their bodies were like dazzling suns, causing one to be unable to look directly at them. It caused the entire vast mountain range to sparkle with light, and it was as if a god had descended to the world. Such a terrifying aura and momentum shook the heavens. The visual impact was like that of a legend, and it was enough to leave behind countless legends for the future generations. Ao Tong, hand over the demon that shouldn't exist in your embrace. Otherwise, the clan's rules will be merciless. Among the numerous terrifying figures that were like dazzling suns, a loud shout resounded through the sky like thunder, and it reverberated endlessly for a long time. Within the mountain range, when the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts heard the voice, their bodies trembled. It was as if the thunderous voice contained endless ancient majesty. Second Protector, my son and daughter are not demons. Under the square, 2 extraordinary figures, a man and a woman, stood. The woman was otherworldly, as if she was proud and independent. She looked at the terrifying figures that were like dazzling suns, and there was not the slightest trace of fear in her eyes. Her arms were tightly holding two babies that seemed to have been born not long ago. The two little fellows had just been born, but their eyes were bright and full of spirit, as if their spiritual aura was about to overflow. In the surrounding mountains, the thunderous shout caused the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts to tremble, but the two little fellows were not alarmed or afraid. The little fellow on the left, who was held in the arms of the otherworldly woman, stuffed his little finger into his pink and tender mouth and sucked. It was as if his finger was smeared with honey, and there was a clicking sound as he sucked. The little fellow on the right, who was waving his little hands around, was not idle for even a moment. His face was exquisite, and he was extremely cute. If they are not demons, then why have they been pregnant for 3 years and 6 months? When these two demons were born, heavenly lightning descended and they suffered the wrath of the heavens. In order to prevent a calamity from befalling our clan in the future, these demons must not be left alive. Continuous posting, there will be more soon. Chapter 112. The shout rang out once more from the terrifying figure like a dazzling sun. A fierce aura spread across heaven and earth. As the shout fell, countless terrifying auras surged behind her. Ferocious birds and beasts roared, causing the winds to blow and clouds to surge. Ha! Who dares to say that my children are monsters? They are clearly gifted. Who said it was lightning descending? It was clearly a vision of heaven and earth, the birth of a god, the sign of a holy sovereign. Beside the otherworldly woman, a tall young man with a dignified appearance laughed arrogantly. The tall young man was dressed in battle robes. His fists were clenched tightly, his face resolute. His eyes emitted cold stars, his curved eyebrows were painted, his chest was broad, and his battle robes fluttered in the wind. He had an awe-inspiring presence that even 10,000 men could not match. He shouted, "If you want to touch my children, then you will have to ask if the thunder dragon, in my hands agrees." As his voice fell, the tall young man stabbed a long spear into the ground in his palm. Lightning faintly appeared on the spear, and rumbling thunder resounded through the sky. Du Tingxian, today I will deal with you as well. Everything started because of you. The three of you, father and son, should not exist in this world. Kill them. The thunderous shout rang out, cold and indifferent. As the shout rang out, several star-like figures swept out from behind him, the divine weapons in their hands pouncing forward. Aodong, take good care of Xiaofu and Xiaojing. Du Tingxuan's words were dignified, his aura soaring. As his voice fell, the star-like figures had already arrived in front of him, and a vast aura came crashing down. You want to touch me, Du Tingxian, with just the few of you? Scram! Du Tingxian leaped into the air, his shout like thunder. His body in the air was like a heaven-shaking lion descending from the clouds, or a mythical beast descending to the throne. Holding the lightning spear, his battle robes fluttered. What a god of war descending to the world! Rumble! The long spear in Du Tingxuan's hand danced with the long spear. Runes flashed like lightning, and thunder clouds gathered in the sky. Sonic booms were like thunder. Those few star-like figures were all sent flying after a few rounds. Blood spurted out from their mouths, and their bodies were drenched in blood. The star-like halos dimmed, and the mysterious runes on their talismans collapsed. They fell to the ground in a sorry state, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yeah. The two little ones in the arms of the otherworldly woman seemed to have seen their father show his invincible power. They were so excited that they danced and squeaked. However, the otherworldly woman looked at the two little fellows in her arms and frowned. Her beautiful face was solemn. Du Tingxian, what a pity that you're not qualified to challenge us. A figure that was like a dazzling sun flashed out with dazzling light and monstrous talisman markings. An enormous ancient beast shadow soared into the sky and pounced out. It opened its savage mouth that was capable of biting space apart, and it instantly bit towards Du Xiaoting as if it wanted to tear Du Xiaoting into pieces. So what? Whoever dares to touch my wife and children will have to step over my dead body first. Du Tingxian stepped into the sky and stood alone like a tall mountain. He spat a mouthful of blood essence on the thunder dragon in his hand. Suddenly, the mysterious runes on the thunder dragon flickered. Roar! Thunder rumbled and thunder clouds rolled. The long spear then transformed into an enormous real thunder dragon. Its power was overwhelming. It roared like thunder and instantly collided with the enormous ancient beast shadow. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled, and the surrounding mountains exploded one after another. Huge rocks and trees soared into the sky and then turned into dust in the terrifying energy. Dang dang! The figure that was like a dazzling sun in the sky suddenly staggered backward. The dazzling halo dimmed a lot, and an old figure appeared. He was covered in dust and his eyes were also filled with disbelief. He did not expect that Du Tingxuan's cultivation was far inferior to his, but at this moment, he actually burst out with such terrifying strength. He was indeed worthy of being called a genius. Could it be that the thought of protecting his wife and children allowed him to burst out with such terrifying strength? The Thunder Dragon is a treasure. It is not worthy to fall into the hands of an ordinary person like you. Today, I will take it. The dazzling figure that was like a dazzling sun in the middle began to move. He threw out a circle of prayer beads. Sacred light appeared on the prayer beads, and mysterious runes lingered around them. Finally, it turned into a huge halo and directly locked the Thunder Dragon within. Roar! The Thunder Dragon roared, but the sacred runes on the halo tightened, and it was unable to break free. In the end, it turned back into a long spear, and the luster on its body dimmed. The figure that was like a dazzling sun appeared in front of Du Tingxian. A palm print that was like a Buddha's palm fell. Sacred runes were emitted, and a vast and majestic aura soared into the sky and immediately enveloped Du Tingxian. Break for me! Du Tingxian roared. His battle robe fluttered, and his aura shook the heavens. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and it seemed that he had already put his life on the line. The corners of his eyes were bulging, and tears of blood dripped down his battle robe. A fist print, accompanied by the sound of thunder, fiercely collided with the huge palm print. You're just an ordinary person. In the end, you can't enter the palace. Break! As the thunderous roar faded, the sacred runes on the huge palm print wrapped around the fist print and dissipated it. The final terrifying remnant force fell directly on Du Tingxuan's chest. Puchi! Du Tingxian responded and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. The runes that lingered on his battle robe were shattered, and his body fell to the ground from a low altitude. Xiaoting, the otherworldly woman, was shocked, and her delicate voice rang out. At the same time, several sun-like figures instantly appeared beside the woman who was dusting. Several terrifying auras erupted, and the light was dazzling, and the runes were monstrous. If it was before she gave birth, with her talent, she might not be afraid of these experts of the clan. However, she had just given birth, and was at her weakest. At this moment, she did not have much strength to fight. Bang! In a short confrontation, the otherworldly woman could not withstand the strength of numbers, and she was carrying 2 babies. In an instant, she was hit by a palm. The little guy in her left arm was also sucked away by a huge force, and fell into a circle of light like the sun. The otherworldly woman's face turned pale with fright. She tightly held the other baby in her arms, who was almost sucked away, and hissed, "Let go of my son. Xiaoting, quickly save Xiaofu. Those who touch my wife and child will die." It was unknown when Long Xiaofu had crawled up and leapt out like a bolt of lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and used a secret technique to transform into a bolt of lightning that directly bombarded the dazzling figure. It shattered the dazzling halo and turned into rays of light that spread out in all directions like a firework. Chi la la. The figure inside was directly blasted away, and blood spurted out from the light. Chi! The little guy immediately fell into Du Tingshuan's arms. Such an earth-shattering and tragic battle did not cause the little guy to show the slightest bit of fear or panic. Instead, his eyes were clear and bright, and he looked at his father with his lively eyes. His little hands were still dancing, and he seemed extremely excited, as if he wanted to follow his father into battle. Xiaofu, with father here, you will be fine. Du Tingxian softly called out to the baby in his arms. His body was dripping with blood, and his battle robe was torn. Although he was in a sorry state, his aura was still daunting. However, he seemed to have used the last of his strength just now, and his aura was already extremely weak. Bang! Under a low and deep sonic boom, a huge force instantly landed on Du Tingshuan's back, causing Du Tingshuan's body to fly back dozens of feet. Blood spurted out from his mouth, but when he landed, he turned around and protected the little guy in his arms. This monstrous bastard cannot be left alive. As Lei Ming's shout fell, a huge suction force surged out. In an instant, the little guy was immediately sucked in front of the sun-like halo. Du Tingxian was heavily injured, and he was dripping with blood. He no longer had the strength to resist. Within the sun-like halo, a dazzling palm print swept out and landed on the body of the little guy who had just been born. Bang! As the palm print landed, the body of the little guy who had just been born became soft. Before he could even cry out, his eyes stopped on a vast figure that could not be seen clearly within the sun-like halo. His eyes immediately closed powerlessly, and his small chest stopped moving up and down. His heartbeat stopped. Xiaofu! Heart-wrenching screams came out from Du Tingxian and the otherworldly woman's mouths. Their eyes were filled with blood and tears. However, at this moment, one of them was heavily injured, and it was difficult for him to move. The other had long been captured by the clan's experts and was unable to move. They looked on helplessly as the little guy's life force was destroyed by a palm print. Their hearts seemed to have stopped as well. Monstrous bastard, you should not be left alive. The little guy whose heartbeat had stopped was thrown on the messy ground. Within the sun-like halo, a palm print once again landed on the heavily injured Du Tingxian. Ninth Protector, if you dare to kill him, I will commit suicide. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to report back to the clan. When the terrifying palm print landed, it was likely that Du Tingxian would not be able to survive. The otherworldly woman recovered from the extreme pain and immediately shouted. The palm print stopped above Du Tingshuan's head. Then, it gradually dissipated. Within the sun-like halo, a shout rang out, Ao Tong, you can't threaten me. The three of them must die. Then I will die together. The otherworldly woman shouted. After a moment of silence within the sun-like halo, the voice said, you can't die even if you want to now. Let's talk about it when we return to the clan. As the voice faded, within the sun-like halo, a rune light suddenly swept towards Du Tingxian with lightning speed. Sigh, a faint sigh seemed to pass through the sky. Above the firmament, there was suddenly a bright light, as if a sun had risen above the firmament. Whoosh! A mysterious rune swept down from the sky, passing through the obstruction of time and space. Then, it landed on the rune light that swept towards Du Tingxian, blocking it. Then, both of them silently disappeared in the sky. Greetings, Ancestor. Within the dazzling halo, the auras fluctuated, and then all of them bowed. Those terrifying beasts also crawled on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Ancestor, please grant us our wish. The otherworldly woman raised her head and looked towards the depths of the firmament, pleading. Chapter 113. Child, you are exceptionally intelligent. Why did you lose your sense of propriety this time and cause such a huge trouble? A voice rang out from the radiance in the sky that resembled the sun. Yeah. In the celestial maiden's bosom, a baby in swaddling clothes was crying. It seemed that the dazzling light in the sky had attracted the baby's attention. The baby stared at the light in the sky and waved its little hand as if it wanted to reach out and grab the light. Eh. In the dazzling light in the sky, a soft voice came out. Then, an invisible energy fell down. It was like a multicolored light. Then, it wrapped around the baby in the arms of the woman. Within the multicolored light, there were talismans moving. Its aura was shocking. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. The voice in the sky became more and more surprised. Then, a multicolored light came down and landed on the baby whose heart had stopped beating. The talismans wrapped around the baby. Finally, the light disappeared and the voice came out again. The girl is gifted. She was born a holy sovereign. The boy was born with an incomplete martial vein. He was born mediocre. However, he was lucky. He still had a chance to live. Gifted. She was born a holy sovereign. When the voice came from the sky, the figures in the light looked at the swaddling clothes in the woman's arms in shock. How powerful was a natural holy sovereign? Fine, I will make the decision today. Ao Tong, bring your daughter back to the clan. As long as that father and son live in seclusion and never meet you and your daughter again, I will protect their lives. No one will be able to touch them. A voice rang out from the sky. Ancestor. The woman pleaded. Do you want the father and son to die today? The voice in the sky came out. This is the final decision. No one can talk about it. Let's leave it at that. As the voice fell, the dazzling light in the sky faded away. There was no more sound. Du Tingxian, you and that trash bastard live in seclusion. If anything happens, the ancestor will not protect you. The figure within the brightest halo shot a glance at Du Tingxian and the little fellow in his arms. There was no pity in his eyes, only a look of superiority and disdain. Roar roar. Ao ao. One by one, the godlike figures left on ferocious birds and beasts. The otherworldly woman looked back at Du Tingxian, who was kneeling beside the little guy with tears all over his face. Tears streamed down her delicate face, but she had no choice but to gradually disappear into the distant sky. After these figures left, only after a long time did the birds and beasts in the mountains dare to move. Only then did sounds come from the vast and silent mountains. Xiaofu. Du Tingxian hugged the soft little fellow tightly in his arms and kept shouting. Even when he injected his profound qi into it, it was to no avail. 2 hours later, the little guy in the swaddling clothes had a deathly pale complexion. His chest had stopped moving, and the last trace of breath had disappeared. Xiaofu. Du Tingxuan's eyes glazed over as he stared at the baby in swaddling clothes. Time gradually passed, and night fell. The bright moon hung high in the sky. On the mountain peak, Du Tingxuan's figure was still holding the little fellow in his arms. He stood motionless until late at night. Rumble. Suddenly, high up in the sky, a fierce thunder sounded out of nowhere. Suddenly, the sky changed color. Thick dark clouds covered the sky, mixed with lightning and thunder. The flickering curtain of night was as bright as day. Heaven and earth suddenly darkened, and the ground shook. In the mountains, the tides of the rivers rose and fell. The fierce thunder on a clear day resounded in the sky for a long time. In this side of the mountains, tens of thousands of beasts were galloping and roaring, worshipping the sky. They were inexplicably terrified. Boom! Above the sky, an ancient energy fell from the sky. The majestic aura was oppressive. The energy was ancient and wild, as if it had passed through the shackles of time and space, and then fell on the little fellow in Du Tingxuan's arms. Rumble. The whole world seemed to be awakened at this moment. The earth trembled and roared, rolling from afar, as if tens of thousands of beasts were galloping. Huge cracks appeared in the endless mountain range. The towering trees collapsed one after another, the mountains shattered, and the abyss shifted. Divine thunder of the heavenly generals, the heavenly might descends, a vision of heaven and earth. Xiaofu. Du Tingxian was shocked. Under the heavenly might, his body trembled. Holding the little fellow in his arms, he welcomed the baptism of the energy that had passed through the shackles of time and space. His eyes trembled with reverence. Under the envelopment of the energy that fell from the sky, the little fellow in swaddling clothes, whose little chest had already stopped moving, suddenly trembled. It actually recovered some weak fluctuations. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. It actually began to cry loudly. Wah wah. The little fellow cried loudly. Although the cry was weak, it was like a great bell that resounded. On the peak of the mountain behind the Du family, Du Xiaofu's ears were filled with the sound of the great bell. Hot tears rolled down from his eyes. He clenched his fists, and his chest rose and fell violently. Du Xiaofu saw everything in the dream with his own eyes. His chest rose and fell, and his eyes became blurry. His heart was filled with sadness, bitterness, anger, and emotions. Du Tingxian walked over to Du Xiaofu and gently patted his son's shoulder. He did not say anything, and only suppressed his own emotions. His eyes were filled with tears and bitterness. Perhaps as a father, he did not want his son to see his powerless side. Father, that's my mother, right? Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at his father. He had always suspected that what his father told him about his mother was fake. Yes. Du Tingxian nodded. I have an elder sister or younger sister. In that vivid dream, there was a baby girl. Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the baby girl was connected to him by blood. Your younger sister was born 2 hours later than you. You are Xiaofu, and she is Xiaojing. Du Tingxian said. Finally, his eyes could not help but tremble, and then hot tears rolled down from his eyes. How strong are those people? Du Xiaofu looked at his father with red eyes and clenched fists. Du Tingxian raised his head and looked at the sky. Very, very strong. One day, I will overturn them. I want to see my mother and sister. Du Xiaofu clenched his fists, and his nails dug into his palms. Faint golden blood flowed from his palms. I want to, but they are very strong. Now that they have come to our door, I'm afraid they will continue to come. Are you afraid? Du Tingxian turned around and looked at his son. No, I will work hard to become stronger. If they come, I will kill them. I will kill them until I can see my mother and sister. Du Xiaofu said as hot tears began to flow down his cheeks. In that realistic dream, when he saw his mother's heart-wrenching cries and struggles, Du Xiaofu's heart ached. In the past, I brought you to stay in Stone City. But now, I want you to leave Stone City to train and become stronger. Du Tingxian said to his son, otherwise, the two of us will not be able to do anything to them. What about you? Are we going together? Du Xiaofu asked. I have my own place to go. I can't stay by your side anymore. In the Savage Beast Mountain Range, I have been following behind you. I know about the golden-winged rock and the purple-flamed demonic phoenix. But that beautiful woman is too strong. She has no intention of harming you. Instead, she is teaching you. So, I did not show up, but she must know that I am here. Du Tingxian looked at his son and said. As a father, he should be a mountain protecting his son. But he knew that he had more important things to do now. I am not the same as before. Du Xiaofu nodded. All these years, he knew that his drunkard father seemed to be muddle-headed, but in reality, he was like a mountain protecting him. You want to see your mother and sister. So, you have to become stronger. Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled faintly. However, within that smile, there was a trace of sadness in his heart as he said, as for me, for the sake of my woman and daughter, it's time for me to step out. I suddenly feel that I am envious of myself. I am envious that I have a father like you. Du Xiaofu looked at his drunkard father. When he was young, he felt sad when he saw other people's children having a warm family. At this moment, Du Xiaofu knew that his father had swept away all the enemies for his wife and daughter. He was overbearing and fierce. As his son, he was proud of it. You are also not bad. I believe that you will not disappoint your mother and sister. Du Tingxian patted his son's shoulder and said. What is an innate saint? Du Xiaofu raised his head and asked, is my sister an innate saint? An innate saint is the most terrifying talent in the world. Any one of them is enough to make the world tremble and all the races submit to them. Du Tingxian said. His gaze slightly trembled. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, you have to work hard. Otherwise, when you see your sister, you will lose a lot of face. No matter how strong the little girl is, I am still her brother. Would she dare to hit me? Du Xiaofu smiled. He was thinking about his twin sister, who he didn't know where she was at this moment. Would she look exactly like him? Would she not know that she had an older brother in this world? Du Tingxian didn't say anything else. The father and son quietly stood on the mountain peak and looked at the distant sky. At this moment, the father and son were very close. The father and son chatted for a long time. From his drunkard father, Du Xiaofu learned that after he survived the calamity, he returned to Stone City and grew up in the Du family. In fact, his drunkard father already knew that he had a trash martial vein. However, his uncles didn't know what happened to his drunkard father outside. It was said that his drunkard father had stayed in the Stone Dragon Empire. As for what he did in the Stone Dragon Empire, Du Xiaofu didn't hear about it. His drunkard father also didn't mention much about the empire. Little you, continue writing. Also, I would like to appeal to all the brothers who are reading the pirated version. Only by reading the original version can you support Little Yu's reading. If you have the conditions, please support the original version. At most, a few yuan a month, thank you in advance. Chapter 114. 3 days later, Du Xiaofu was meditating when he was called to the hall by his uncle. It turned out to be Yi Baolin, Yi Zijin, Bai Jiru, Bai Cai, and the others. Even Yi Guang and Bai Wei were among them. However, these two Meridian Spirit Realm cultivators were extremely courteous in front of Du Xiaofu. They didn't put on airs at all. What? You want me to be the city lord? When Du Xiaofu learned of their intentions, he was so shocked that his mouth formed a circle. He shook his head without any hesitation and said, you should find someone else. I can't be the city lord. No matter how Yi Baolin and Yi Guang tried to persuade him, Du Xiaofu was not interested. In the end, when everyone knew that Du Xiaofu really didn't want to be the city lord, Yi Zijin thought of a way to let her father, Yi Baolin, continue to be the city lord of Stone City, but Du Xiaofu would be the vice city lord. Normally, he wouldn't have to do anything. It was hard to refuse, so Du Xiaofu had no choice but to nod and agree. Anyway, he didn't have to do anything, so it didn't matter if he had a title. Then, the three families discussed the matters in the city. Du Xiaofu could only stay on the side, bored. Knowing that everything in the city had been restored, Du Xiaofu was relieved. However, when he learned that the three families and other forces had lost no less than 2,000 people, he was secretly sad and grieved. After the Yi family and the Bai family left, Du Xiaofu mentioned to his uncles that he might leave Stone City to train. Unexpectedly, Du Zhenwu and Du Zhixiong didn't object at all. Instead, they were extremely supportive. However, they told Du Xiaofu to be careful outside. Xiaofu, your eldest sister is currently in the Stone Dragon Empire's Jianwu Academy. Your second brother is in the Lanling Prefecture. He seems to be working in a gang called the Star Dragon Gang. If you have the chance, you can go and see them. They haven't been home for several years, Du Jixiong said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded. His eldest sister was his eldest uncle's daughter, and his second brother was his second uncle's son. Du Xiaofu still remembered how his eldest sister and second brother took care of him. They didn't alienate him because of his reputation as a foolish young master. They even often warned Du Hao and the others that if they dared to bully him, they would break their legs. It was a pity that his eldest sister and second brother weren't home often. Thinking about his eldest sister and second brother, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but smile. At that time, the one that Du Hao and the others were most afraid of was not his second brother, but his eldest sister. Even his second brother was afraid of his eldest sister's fiery personality. The night was as cold as water. There was no moon or clouds tonight. Only the twinkling stars hung in the blue sky. When do you plan to leave Stone City? In the courtyard, Du Tingxian was still sitting on the rattan chair as he stared at the deep night sky. His gaze was even deeper than the stars in the night sky. In the next 2 days, Du Xiaofu sat on the edge of the rattan chair while holding the new jug of wine he bought for his alcoholic father last time. After drinking a mouthful of strong wine, his throat felt as if it was on fire. He secretly thought that his alcoholic father's wine was getting stronger and stronger. Let's go to the Lanling prefecture first. Du Tingxian said. Why should I go to the Lanling prefecture? Du Xiaofu handed the jug of wine to his alcoholic father. Second uncle said that his second brother was at the Lanling prefecture. Flowing Cloud prefecture is the Lanling prefecture's territory. Go find Prefecture Lord Ouyang Ling and tell him about Stone City. He will know what to do if he knows. Du Tingxian took the jug of wine from his son and said. Du Xiaofu knew that the destruction of the Flowing Cloud Prefecture's army in Stone City would be troublesome in the future. He raised his eyebrows and said, but I don't know the Mansion Lord of the Lanling Prefecture. I'm afraid that even the Mansion Lord of the Lanling Prefecture wouldn't be easy to meet. Du Tingxian took a sip of wine and said, I know him. Looking at his alcoholic father, Du Xiaofu didn't know what else to say. After you go to the Lanling Prefecture, go to the Stone Dragon Empire's Jianwu Academy and think of a way to join the Talisman Department. Du Tingxian said. What is the Talisman Department? Du Xiaofu asked. Jianwu Academy is divided into the Martial Department and the Talisman Department. The Talisman Department is a place to nurture spirit talisman masters. Du Tingxian said. Du Xiaofu looked at his alcoholic father with a puzzled expression and said, I thought you didn't like spirit talisman masters. Asking you to go to the Talisman Department doesn't mean that I like spirit talisman masters. Du Tingxian glanced at Du Xiaofu and said. I will consider the Talisman Department, but I will only consider it. Your son is going to cultivate spiritual power now. It's up to you whether you like it or not. Du Xiaofu stood up and entered his room to cultivate the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique. Du Tingxian didn't say anything. He smiled faintly and continued to look at the sky. After a long time, a sharp light surged in his eyes as he muttered, Do you really think that you are gods of this world? Even if you are gods, I will drag you down sooner or later. The next day, in Fu Weibai's room in the Martial Repository. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to bid farewell to Fu Weibai, he didn't expect to see Fu Weibai wrapping up the 2 patched clothes he often wore and a bunch of other things. Old Bai, what are you doing? Du Xiaofu asked in puzzlement. I'm going to leave the Du family. Fu Weibai said, but his expression was somewhat depressed. When Du Xiaofu heard this and saw Fu Weibai's depressed expression, he immediately asked, Old Bai, did you encounter some difficulties? Do you need my help? Fu Weibai raised his head to look at Du Xiaofu and said angrily, I told Du Zhenwu that I have been in the Du family for too long, so I want to leave the Du family to play outside. However, that kid actually said that I'm old and didn't let me leave. This, hearing Fu Weibai's words, Du Xiaofu's face immediately stiffened. From Fu Yibai's words, it wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that his uncle must be worried that Fu Yibai was old and had no children. If he left the Du family, what would happen if he encountered danger? However, he didn't expect Fu Yibai to be so ungrateful. Could it be that you also don't want me to leave and want me to work for your Du family for the rest of my life? Fu Yibai said to Du Xiaofu. Where do you plan to go? Du Xiaofu glanced at Fu Yibai and asked. I don't know, I want to walk around. I'll go wherever is fun, hee. Fu Yibai wrapped his bag in a few moves. When he saw that Du Xiaofu had no intention of stopping him, he immediately smiled at Du Xiaofu with an old face. It's very dangerous outside. It's not bad for you to stay in the Du family. If you want to play, the stone city isn't small. Du Xiaofu helplessly looked at Fu Yibai and said. I'm already tired of staying in the stone city. What's so fun about it? Fu Yibai rolled his eyes and squeezed out a smile on his wrinkled face. He looked extremely cunning and said, how about this? Let's call off our previous bet. If you agree, I'll consider staying. A bet is a bet. I'll always be your big brother. Goodbye, I won't send you off. Du Xiaofu glared at Fu Yibai. So this guy was just trying to stir up emotions. He was actually thinking about calling off the previous bet. He immediately turned around and left. Little brat. Fu Yibai fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu's back. Then, as if he thought of something, he curled his lips and revealed his yellowed teeth. He softly muttered, I'll never see this little brat again in this lifetime. This way, no one will know that I lost the bet. Yes, just like that. I'm too smart. A bright smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Fu Yibai immediately picked up his bag and left the room. The next day, on the stone city walls, the king-scaled demon tiger transformed into a few meters and stood beside Du Xiaofu. Yi Zijin looked at Du Xiaofu and said, be careful. If Senior Thunder Demon Lion comes out of seclusion, please tell him on my behalf that I won't be able to say goodbye to him. Du Xiaofu said. Last time, Leizu's seclusion was affected, and he was even injured. This time, I'm afraid that he will be in seclusion for a longer period of time. However, when Leizu comes out, I will tell him. Yi Zijin said. There's no need to be outside. Be careful. Du Jinwu said with concern in his eyes. Du Xiaofu nodded and immediately said goodbye to Yi Baolin, Bai Cai, Bai Jiru, and second uncle who came to send him off. Roar. A moment later, Du Xiaofu rode on the king-scaled demon tiger. Following the roar of the king-scaled demon tiger, Du Xiaofu soared into the sky and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at the figure that was getting farther and farther away, Yi Zijin raised the curtain and frowned. That figure was getting farther and farther away, as if the distance between them was getting farther and farther. Does he really not belong to the stone city? Yi Zijin said in her heart. Not long ago, Yi Guang had mentioned to her that that young man did not belong to the stone city. Therefore, it was destined that the two of them would get farther and farther away. Zijin, let's go back. After a long time, everyone came down from the city wall. Yi Baolin looked at his beloved daughter who was still standing on the city wall. On his handsome face, there was a trace of helplessness and a wry smile. Father, I also want to go outside. Yi Zijin turned around and looked at her father. She gently shook her head, causing half of her hair to flutter. She raised her hand and combed it. Why? Yi Baolin looked at his beloved daughter and asked. The stone city is too small. It will be more exciting outside. Yi Zijin said. Yi Baolin did not immediately answer. Instead, a bitter smile appeared on his face. A grown girl cannot be kept at home. Sigh, Yi Zijin opened her mouth, wanting to say something. She looked in the direction where someone had just disappeared, but she lowered her head again and remained silent. Lonling Prefecture, one of the 365 prefectures of the Stone Dragon Empire. Under each prefecture, there were hundreds of prefectures. Under each prefecture, there were dozens of cities. A prefecture was extremely large and had a large population. It was rumored that the 365 prefectures of the empire were extremely powerful. Each of them was equivalent to a feudal lord of a region. They occupied a region and had a high status. The first volume of The Storm of the Stone City has ended. The new volume, The Fledgling, has begun. Today, brothers, have you donated your flowers, recommendations, and coffee? Chapter 115. The Lanling Prefecture was supposed to refer to the area of the entire Lanling Prefecture. The hundreds of prefectures under the Lanling Prefecture could all be called the Lanling Prefecture's territory. However, under normal circumstances, the Lanling Prefecture that people referred to was the Lanling Prefecture located in the Lanling City, where the prefecture master resided. The Lanling City was one of the prefectures of the Lanling Prefecture and was also the central area of the hundreds of prefectures in the Lanling Prefecture. It was the economic and transportation hub of the Lanling Prefecture. The Lanling City was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary city and had a large population. Because the Lanling Prefecture was located in the Lanling City, it was also called the Lanling Prefecture City. It was rumored that the Lanling City was filled with experts and crouching tigers. With the king's scaled demonic tiger around, it was naturally convenient for Du Xiaofu to go to the Lanling Prefecture. After understanding the direction of the Lanling Prefecture, excluding the time to rest at night, it would probably take 2 days to reach the Lanling Prefecture. However, with the king's scaled demonic tiger around, Du Xiaofu had some misgivings. According to his drunkard father, having the king's scaled demonic tiger around wasn't necessarily a good thing. After all, the outside world was the human world. With the king's scaled demonic tiger's mediocre pulse spirit realm cultivation, it was definitely a prey that many people wanted. The king's scaled demonic tiger's bones and essence blood were also priceless. Therefore, along the way, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to be too ostentatious. However, it opened his eyes a lot. He expected to reach the Lanling Prefecture in 2 days, but in reality, Du Xiaofu only arrived 3 days later. On the first night, when he was spending the night in a small town in the mountains, he encountered a shady inn. The shady inn originally thought that Du Xiaofu was young and generous, so he would definitely be a fat sheep. However, he didn't expect him to be a jinx. With the king's scaled demonic tiger around, the result was obvious. The shady inn was directly torn apart by the king's scaled demonic tiger. Everything valuable that could be taken away from the inn naturally fell into Du Xiaofu's qianquan bag. The next night, Du Xiaofu was much more careful. He spent the night in a quiet valley. With the deterrence of the king's scaled demonic tiger, ordinary demonic beasts did not dare to come close. The red sun had just risen, and the mountains were continuous. Each peak was ink blue in color. Soon after, mist rose, and milky white gauze separated the mountains, leaving only the green peaks. It was like a refreshing, dense, and exquisite landscape painting. It was too beautiful to take in all at once. Amidst the mountains, the field of vision in front of him suddenly became vast and boundless. The endless buildings were tall and short, and they were orderly. They formed a building complex that was as vast as the sea. It was majestic and magnificent, causing people to exclaim in admiration. The continuous and tall city walls were about 10 zhang tall and were built with several layers of huge rocks that weighed several thousand jin. It made people feel oppressed when they stood under the city walls. It was likely that even a perfect pulse spirit stage practitioner would find it difficult to destroy such a thick wall. From all directions, there were many groups of people entering the city one after another. Many of them were riding demonic beast mounts, and they had an extraordinary aura. They should be caravans from various places. With the large population and large area of the Lanling Prefecture city, the amount of goods and various consumables entering and leaving the city every day was definitely a shocking number. Du Xiaofu was standing under the city walls. Behind him was the king-scaled demonic tiger that had shrunk its body to the size of a night cat. His gaze fell on the 4 large golden words on the city walls. Lanling Prefecture City. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the 4 large words that could be seen from afar. It was as if he was saying to the king-scaled demonic tiger beside him, "We're here." Stepping forward, Du Xiaofu and the king-scaled demonic tiger entered the city along with the caravans entering the city. As soon as they entered the city, Du Xiaofu felt what it meant to be bustling. In the bustling Lanling Prefecture City, the streets were bustling with people. From time to time, the clamor of hawking could be heard. This was only in the morning, and it was enough to show how bustling the Lanling Prefecture City was. The king-scaled demonic tiger followed Du Xiaofu as they strolled along the bustling streets, and it immediately attracted a lot of attention. In the Lanling Prefecture City, there were definitely many young masters who kept demonic beasts as pets. Those top playboys even had some decent demonic beasts. However, Du Xiaofu had a stray cat following behind him, so he had no choice but to pay more attention to him. It was his first time in such a huge city like the Lanling Prefecture City. After all, Du Xiaofu was not even 17 years old. His interest was piqued, and he even bought a lot of things as he strolled around. The Lanling Prefecture City was astonishingly prosperous. There were all kinds of shops, and there was a dazzling array of goods. Naturally, there were also many shops that sold martial cultivation items. There were elixirs, martial skills, weapons, and so on. After Du Xiaofu went in to take a look, he was shocked. This was not something the Stone City could compare to. There were even profound level cultivation techniques and spiritual elixirs for sale. However, the prices made Du Xiaofu flabbergasted, and he immediately stopped. Late in the morning, there was a sudden commotion on the bustling streets. "Little girl, how can this broken thing of yours be worth 1,000 cultivation coins? It's not a martial skill, nor is it an elixir. You're clearly scamming people." Quite a number of people had gathered at the corner of the bustling street. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes was holding a palm-sized object in his hand with his sleeves rolled up. His eyes, however, were looking at a young girl of 14 or 15 years old with malicious intent. Although the girl was young, her body was already curvy. In addition to her delicate and pretty face, she would definitely become slim and elegant in 2 years' time. "This is my ancestral item. It's said that this item is very special. If it wasn't for my aunt being seriously injured and needing treatment, I wouldn't have sold this ancestral item." The girl seemed to feel that the young man in luxurious clothes had no intention of buying it. She immediately snatched the palm-sized item from the young man's hand with a nervous expression. The gaze of the young man in luxurious clothes made the girl feel extremely uncomfortable, and she felt afraid for no reason. "If this item is extraordinary, why would you be willing to sell it? Little girl, do you know what 1,000 cultivation coins represent? It means that I can buy a low yellow level martial skill. 1,000 cultivation coins is more or less enough to go to the Happy Red brothel and find a courtesan." "Haha." The well-dressed young man laughed heartily. He looked at the young girl with an evil smile and said, "I'm not interested in this broken thing. Why don't you follow this young master? In the future, you'll serve this young master as a personal maid. If you serve this young master comfortably, I'll give you 1,000 cultivation coins today. How about it? You look pretty good. If you wait for another 2 years, As the young man in luxurious clothes spoke, his gaze became more and more filthy. This girl is not bad. She's a good virgin. It's a pity that young Master Guo made the first move. I'm so envious." The surrounding young men in luxurious clothes immediately echoed. Many burly men in guard attire stood at the side with obscene smiles on their faces. Although there were many onlookers in the surroundings, no one stepped forward to stop the young men in luxurious clothes. In fact, they even revealed fear in their eyes. Some of the onlookers in the crowd also pulled their female companions behind them. There were even some people who saw the young men in front and immediately pulled their female companions away in a hurry. Some of the female companions saw the young men in luxurious clothes and immediately turned pale. They turned their heads and left, afraid that they would be seen by the young men in luxurious clothes. It's Guokun of Lanling's for young masters again. What Lanling's for young masters? They're clearly the four scourges of Lanling. Lower your voice. Don't let Guokun hear you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. What a pity for that girl. Why did she have to meet that scum Guokun? Many people in the crowd lowered their voices as they were afraid that the young men in luxurious clothes would hear them. However, the gazes in their eyes were filled with disdain toward the young men in luxurious clothes. I'm not selling this ancestral item. The young woman was a bit scared. She immediately turned around and wanted to leave. She could tell that the young men in luxurious clothes were not good people. Little girl, don't leave yet. Come with me. How about 2,000 profound coins? The young man in the middle immediately blocked the young woman's path and did not allow her to leave. No, I'm going back. The young woman was afraid. Tears were about to overflow from her innocent eyes. Then I'll send you back, okay? The young man in luxurious clothes was unwilling to let her go. He evilly smiled and grabbed the young woman's shoulder. Sigh, this bastard. He's bringing disaster to the Lanling prefecture city. When the surrounding crowd saw that, no one dared to interfere. Several cultivators with decent strength had furious gazes. However, in the end, they could only watch with folded arms. They did not dare to step forward. Seeing that the hand of the young man in luxurious clothes was about to grab the young woman's shoulder, the young woman wanted to back away. However, she panicked and didn't know what to do. Tears were already overflowing from her eyes. She looked very pitiful and pitiful. Snatching a young woman in broad daylight. Do you even have any shame? His indifferent voice sounded. There was even a bit of immaturity in his voice. Chi. However, just at that moment, a purple-clothed young man suddenly appeared beside the panicking young woman. He waved his hand and with a shake of his wrist, he grabbed the wrist of the young man in luxurious clothes. An invisible power suppressed the young man in luxurious clothes' hand. It actually pressed down the young man's hand a bit and he was unable to move it forward in the slightest. Who is that boy? He actually dared to provoke Guokun. He doesn't seem to be a disciple from some big family in the Lanling prefecture city. If that boy doesn't have some background, then he's an idiot. At that instant, everyone's gazes were astonished. All of them were astonished as they looked at the purple-clothed young man. The young man in luxurious clothes also looked at the purple-clothed young man in astonishment. Then, he saw that the purple-clothed young man was 16 or 17 years old. Furthermore, it was an unfamiliar face. He was slightly stunned. Then, with a smile that was not a smile, he asked, "Boy, are you from the Lanling prefecture city?" "No." The purple-clothed young man shook his head. "Little you, continue to write. There's more. Continue to work hard." Chapter 116. Then congratulations, you don't have to implicate your clan. The youth in luxurious clothes had a faint smile on his face. His gaze instantly turned gloomy. With a flick of his wrist, a powerful aura surged around his body. He had actually reached the mysterious pulse stage. Judging from the youth's age, he was definitely extremely talented to be able to reach the mysterious pulse stage. An extremely powerful aura surged out from the youth in luxurious clothes. He directly broke free from the purple-robed youth's grip and clenched his hand into a fist. In an instant, he threw a punch at the purple-robed youth. His attack was clean and efficient. It was extremely extraordinary. You definitely don't have that ability. The purple-robed youth's gaze turned gloomy. The arm that was flicked away by the youth in luxurious clothes shook and a faint golden cyclone suddenly surged on his arm. There seemed to be mysterious symbols surging within. Oscillating fist. Just as the former's punch was thrown out, the purple-robed youth raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. His fist directly punched out and an astonishing aura erupted. Bang! In an instant, the 2 fists fiercely collided and a low muffled sound rang out. Walala! Immediately, everyone saw that within the purple-robed youth's fist, there were astonishing 13 layers of energy waves that overlapped each other. Like a shock wave, they fiercely struck the youth's fist. Crack! The sound of the fist's bones breaking rang out. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding people, the youth in luxurious clothes' right arm powerlessly drooped down and a miserable shriek came from his mouth. Ah! The shriek was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking as the youth in luxurious clothes was violently sent flying. In the end, he fell on his butt on the street and spat out blood from his mouth. In one move, the youth in luxurious clothes was heavily injured. That youth is so strong. He's not just strong. No wonder he dares to stop Guokun. I wonder where this youth came from. If he doesn't have a strong background, he's probably dead. The surrounding onlookers looked at each other with astonishment. Although Guokun was young, he had already reached the mysterious level of the pulsation realm. In the entire Lanling Prefecture city, his strength and cultivation were considered to be quite good. Who would have thought that he would be severely injured by the purple-robed young man in one move? How dare you touch young Guo? Destroy this kid. After being stunned for a while, someone suddenly shouted loudly. Although the expressions of the guards behind these young men darkened, they immediately pounced forward like wolves and tigers. With extremely powerful auras, they immediately pounced towards the purple-robed young man. Bang bang bang. A deep sonic boom resounded. At the same time, the onlookers on the surrounding streets saw one figure after another being sent flying in a parabola. Of the dozen or so men, many of them were at the initial pulse realm. 2 of them were at the profound pulse realm, but they had no power to resist. Bang bang bang. One by one, the burly men were smashed to the ground, spurting blood from their mouths. Their bones and tendons were broken, and it was difficult for them to get up. The few youths who were originally clustered behind the first finely dressed young man did not dare to make a move when they saw this scene. They involuntarily took a few steps back and hurriedly ran to the side of the first finely dressed young man who was sent flying by Du Xiaofu's fist. Kid, you dare to attack us? If you have the guts, tell us your name. When the youths saw that Guokun and so many guards could not even withstand a single blow from the purple-robed youth, they were afraid that they would not be able to stand up to him. Fear surged in their eyes as they looked at the purple-robed youth. This kid was actually so terrifying. Du Xiaofu. The purple-robed youth's eyes moved slightly. He then turned around to look at the frightened young lady with a puzzled expression. He frowned and said softly, "Why didn't you attack? They might not be able to do anything to you." The purple-robed youth was Du Xiaofu. As soon as he came out, he saw someone trying to snatch a young lady. Naturally, he could not stand it. He could also tell that these few youths had some background in the Lanling Palace city. However, it didn't matter if he left his name. After all, he was not from the Lanling Palace city. After meeting the Lanling Palace city's palace master, he could just leave and there would be no need for him to get entangled with these few silk pants. The young lady regained her senses. Like a frightened kitten, her bright eyes looked at Du Xiaofu as if she was about to cry. She looked very pitiful and said timidly, "I'm too nervous. Once I'm nervous, I don't know what to do." "It's fine. You should go back," Du Xiaofu said to the young lady. "You should be a good person. Can you do me a favor and lend me 1,000 cultivation coins?" I want to buy some elixirs for my aunt. The young lady raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were as pure as a piece of white paper. Looking at the young lady's pure eyes, Du Xiaofu's heart was moved. He could not help but think of his sister that he had never seen before. How about this? Bring me to see your aunt. Maybe I will have a way. After hesitating for a moment, Du Xiaofu said softly. Really? Thank you so much. My name is Xingyu, Dai Xingyu. The young lady's clear eyes were filled with joy. My name is Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu said. I just heard it. Dai Xingyu said happily. Her slender body slightly straightened, and her youthful and seductive curves became even more graceful. The two of them then disappeared into the crowd. The young men in luxurious clothes looked embarrassed, but they did not dare to stop them. Young Master Gua, what do we do now? A young man in luxurious clothes looked at the young man whose arm was injured by Du Xiaofu and asked weakly. Slap. Just as the young man finished speaking, he was immediately slapped hard by the young man's left hand. A red palm print was imprinted on his cheek, and a burning pain climbed up his cheek. Remember, the next time I get beaten up, if you don't get beaten up, don't follow me in the future. The young man looked coldly at the other young men beside him and said, I'll give you a chance to find where that brat is staying. If you can't find him by tomorrow morning at the latest, you will bear the consequences. After following Dai Xingyu for a full 2 hours, Du Xiaofu finally saw the aunt that Dai Xingyu had mentioned in a remote old house in the city. On the bed was a woman who had already fainted. Her face was pale, but it did not affect her extremely beautiful face at all. This unconscious woman looked to be about 21 or 22 years old. She was wearing a long dress. Perhaps because she was lying on the bed, her clothes were tightly clung to her body, revealing her excellent figure. The curves of her body were alluring, and her breasts were high and bulging. Brother Xiaofu. Dai Xingyu acted as if they were close friends. She anxiously looked at the woman on the bed, and was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. She said, I've checked, but I don't know what happened to my aunt. Hurry and save her. Is she really your aunt? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. Judging from her age, that woman did not seem to be Dai Xingyu's aunt. Dai Xingyu nodded seriously. Her clear and bright eyes looked at Du Xiaofu, as if she was afraid that Du Xiaofu did not believe her. She said, My aunt is much younger than my mother, so she is not much older than me. But she really is my aunt. Du Xiaofu did not reply to Dai Xingyu, and had already walked in front of the woman on the bed. Looking at that gorgeous and beautiful face, Du Xiaofu could not help but look at that beautiful curve. In his heart, he thought, Dai Xingyu is really as pure as a piece of white paper. She brought home just anyone. Such a beautiful aunt is still unconscious on the bed. If the person who brought her home was someone with evil intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. This thought disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, the expression on Du Xiaofu's face turned serious. He condensed a seal with his hand, and a charm rune light spread out from his palm. Then, it shrouded the beautiful woman on the bed. As Du Xiaofu made his move, Dai Xingyu also tugged at the corner of her clothes. She tightly bit her tender red lips, and her clear and bright eyes were filled with worry. Qi. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal, and the rune on his palm disappeared. His expression became serious. Brother Xiaofu, how is my aunt? Dai Xingyu looked at Du Xiaofu's serious expression, and she became even more nervous. You are also a soul symbol master, can't you tell? Du Xiaofu looked at Dai Xingyu in confusion. From the faintly discernible aura fluctuating from Dai Xingyu's body, Du Xiaofu could feel that Dai Xingyu was actually a 2-star soul symbol master, and a perfect 2-star soul symbol master at that. Ever since he cultivated the incomplete cultivation method in the beast bone, Du Xiaofu discovered that he could easily detect the cultivation of others. As long as the cultivation of others was not too strong, even if they hid their cultivation, it would be difficult for him to not detect it. Therefore, Du Xiaofu was also very puzzled. As a perfect two-star soul symbol master, although Dai Xingyu might not be able to deal with those hedonistic hooligans, it should not be a problem for her to escape. However, he did not expect Dai Xingyu, this little girl, to be so nervous that she did not know what to do. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Dai Xingyu looked at Du Xiaofu and blushed. She said, "Brother Xiaofu, although I am a soul symbol master, I only have cultivation. I don't know how to heal at all, and no one has taught me." As she spoke, Dai Xingyu seemed to have thought of something. She said, "However, I know how to set up a symbol array, but as long as I am nervous, I can't set it up." Du Xiaofu looked at the naive girl speechlessly and frowned. He said, "Your aunt should have been poisoned. The poison is very strong, so I'm afraid that the medicine you wanted to buy to heal your aunt will not have any effect." Poisoned? Dai Xingyu heard this and suddenly became nervous. She was so anxious that she was about to cry again. She pulled on Du Xiaofu's clothes and said, "Brother Xiaofu, you must have a way, right? Please save my aunt." 6. Watch, there is more. Xiao Yu, continue to write. Chapter 117. This poison isn't fatal, but a hallucinatory poison. The poisoned person will have hallucinations, and finally lose consciousness. Du Xiaofu had learned a lot from Zhen Qingchen. Although this hallucinatory poison was very powerful, it wasn't a problem for him. It was just a little troublesome. Just now, during the inspection, Du Xiaofu learned that the beautiful unconscious woman was also a martial artist. Her cultivation level wasn't weak, and she had already reached the initial stage of the pulsating realm. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't as strong as her. Hallucinatory poison, what should we do? Dai Xingyu seemed to have also heard about hallucinatory poisons. Her worried eyes, which were on the verge of tears, relaxed, but she was still extremely nervous. "I want to concoct some antidotes. It shouldn't be a big problem." Du Xiaofu nodded, and said to Dai Xingyu, "I want to find a quiet room to concoct the antidotes. Help me guard the door, and don't disturb me. Are you still a spiritual symbol master?" Dai Xingyu looked at Du Xiaofu strangely. She seemed extremely puzzled, and asked, "I thought you were a martial artist, and those bad guys were no match for you." Du Xiaofu didn't answer Dai Xingyu, and only faintly smiled. Secretly, he naturally hinted the king-scaled monstrous tiger to guard him while he was concocting the antidote. The old house was simple, elegant, and extremely large. It could be seen that it used to be the residence of a rich family, but now it was extremely empty. According to Dai Xingyu, only she and her aunt lived in this old house. In a room that should have been empty for a long time, it was extremely clean. Du Xiaofu had Dai Xingyu and the king-scaled monstrous tiger guard the door, while he sat cross-legged in the room. His hand seals condensed, and a spiritual stove and symbol cauldron condensed in front of him. Hallucinatory poisons are all similar, and the antidote methods are almost the same. One blood-purging grass, one mind-calming fruit. After finding the materials needed to concoct the antidote, Du Xiaofu immediately started to concoct it. The runes of the 5 elements inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron fluctuated, and a blazing aura was immediately released. Outside the door, Dai Xingyu also felt an extremely hot aura coming from within the room. Her eyes were filled with nervousness as her gaze landed on the kitten-sized king-scaled demon tiger squatting outside the room. She said, "Why would Xiaofu Gij bring a kitten with him? I often hear those adults say that men don't keep cats and women don't keep dogs." The king-scaled demon tiger immediately raised its head to glare at Dai Xingyu, saying to itself, "You are a cat, I am a tiger, a different king-scaled demon tiger." Dai Xingyu seemed to be getting more and more interested in the king-scaled demonic tiger. She circled around the king-scaled demonic tiger, then squatted down beside it and hugged it in her arms. She stroked the tiny scales on the king-scaled demonic tiger's body and softly said, "Your little kitten is also very special. Brother Xiaofu seems to call you Little Tiger, but I feel that the name Little Tiger doesn't suit you. The scales on your body are circular, how about Little Circle from now on?" Roar, the king-scaled demon tiger angrily glared at Dai Xingyu, letting out a low growl from its throat. However, this growl really sounded a bit like a cat's meow. Seeing the response of the kitten in her bosom, Dai Xingyu immediately smiled happily, saying, "You agree? Then you will be called Little Circle from now on." The king-scaled demon tiger collapsed. It was a different king-scaled demon tiger. Who the hell wanted to be called Little Circle? It seems like you really like the name Lil Circle. I like it too. It's a nice name, isn't it? Lil Circle. Dai Xingyu praised himself as he hugged the king-scaled demonic tiger. The pitiful king-scaled demon tiger was so obediently held in Dai Xingyu's arms, not daring to reveal its true identity. Time slowly passed. In the room, Du Xiaofu was refining medicine by himself. Only now did he realize that refining medicine was not an easy task. Without Chen Qingchun by his side, he felt a little uncertain. However, during the refining process, Du Xiaofu didn't make any mistakes. This detoxification liquid wasn't some high-grade product, and actually wasn't too difficult. With his current cultivation as a 3-star talisman master, refining it was much easier. Using his mental energy to sense the changes inside the cauldron, including the temperature, the spiritual liquid, the medicinal ingredients, and so on, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to relax even for the slightest change. If he made the slightest mistake, it could affect the success of the final medicinal liquid. After persevering for several hours, Du Xiaofu finally reached the final step. His mental energy controlled the fusion of the various elixir's medicinal liquids, and then refined and fused them at high temperatures, gradually fusing them into a new type of medicinal liquid. This was also the most difficult step, but Du Xiaofu completed it extremely well. Even if Chen Qingchun was watching at this moment, she would probably secretly curse him for being abnormal. When the final medicinal liquid was completed, Du Xiaofu put away the cauldron, and the medicinal liquid was immediately collected into a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand. Last night, at the final step, Du Xiaofu put away the cauldron, and took a deep breath. Although this detoxification liquid wasn't difficult to refine, it consumed a lot of energy, and at this moment, his face looked somewhat pale. Creak, when Du Xiaofu opened the door, it was already late at night, and Dai Xingyu had been waiting at the door all along. When the king-scaled demon tiger in Dai Xingyu's arms saw Du Xiaofu, it immediately revealed an aggrieved expression. It was simply annoyed to death by this little girl's constant mutterings, and its ears were already full of calluses, but it still couldn't stop. Returning to the original room, Du Xiaofu's left hand gently pinched the closed lips of that beautiful girl, opening them. Immediately, those slightly upturned lips were indescribably alluring, as if they were inviting him to kiss them. Du Xiaofu's will was firm, and he slowly poured the detoxification liquid from the jade bottle into the beautiful girl's upturned mouth. "Brother Xiaofu, why hasn't Aunt woken up yet?" Dai Xingyu nervously asked, still tightly holding the king-scaled demon tiger in her bosom. Du Xiaofu once again examined that beautiful girl, and then said, "She's already fine, but I'm afraid that it will take some time for her to wake up. However, your aunt still has some old ailments, so I'll be a good person to the end, and help treat them together." "Many thanks, Brother Xiaofu, you are really a good person. Aunt often says that no man is good, but Brother Xiaofu is definitely a good person." Dai Xingyu happily said, but immediately felt that she had said something wrong, and immediately said, "No, I was wrong, Brother Xiaofu is not a good person, that's not right, Brother Xiaofu, I didn't mean it that way." Dai Xingyu was so anxious that she was about to cry. She didn't know what to say. It seemed that no matter what she said, it was not the meaning she wanted to express. Du Xiaofu's expression was very helpless. He waved his hand and said to Dai Xingyu, "Okay, I know what you mean. You and the little tiger go guard outside, I'll help treat your aunt. Okay. Dai Xingyu nodded, and then said to Du Xiaofu, Brother Xiaofu, this kitten's name is Little Tiger, it doesn't sound good, so I've already changed its name to Little Circle, what do you think? Little Circle. Du Xiaofu was surprised, and then looked at the king-scaled demon tiger with a smile, and said, it sounds good, let's call it Little Circle. Roar. The king-scaled demon tiger growled in a low voice, and its eyes protested, but it seemed to have no effect. Then, it was carried out of the room by Dai Xingyu, leaving Du Xiaofu and the unconscious beautiful woman in the room. If the beautiful woman was still conscious at this time, she would have ruthlessly slapped Dai Xingyu's butt. This little girl actually left her alone in a room with a strange man, and she was unconscious. One had to know that in the entire Lanling Prefecture city, there were countless young talents, rich businessmen, and celebrities who had fantasized about her, and couldn't wait to go bankrupt just to get close to her. She's really quite beautiful. Du Xiaofu looked at the unconscious woman on the bed, and at this time, carefully looked at her. The more he looked, the more exquisite and beautiful he felt. Compared to Yi Zijin, Bai Cai, and the others, although Yi Zijin and Bai Cai were also very beautiful, this woman had a temperament and taste, and compared to Yi Zijin and Bai Cai, she was more attractive to men. Du Xiaofu felt that he should be a gentleman. This woman was still unconscious, and he shouldn't have any thoughts about her. Moreover, Du Xiaofu felt that he was still young, and he should be wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Therefore, Du Xiaofu purely felt that this woman was very beautiful, and then began to heal her. In Du Xiaofu's 2 inspections, he found that there were some old injuries under the beautiful woman's abdomen. It should have been there for a long time, and these old injuries even affected her cultivation, making it difficult for her to break through. Du Xiaofu's intuition told him that these injuries had affected this woman for at least 3 years, and she hadn't broken through. This woman was at most 21 or 22 years old, and 3 years ago, she had already reached the initial level of the pulsating realm. For her to reach the initial level of the pulsating realm at the age of 18 or 19, this girl's talent was absolutely terrifying. However, at this time, healing her made it difficult for Du Xiaofu. It was inevitable that he would touch this woman's body. Moreover, her injuries were near the pulsating realm, and the pulsating realm was under her abdomen. Although there was a layer of clothing between them, it still seemed a little charming. I'm saving people. She's Dai Xingyu's aunt, so she's an elder. Du Xiaofu murmured softly, and then a smile appeared on his face. Hand seals formed, and he began to heal the woman. Hand seals formed one after another, flashing with runes. Then, his palm was tightly pressed against the beautiful woman's abdomen. And, although the beautiful woman was still unconscious, she let out a soft moan from her throat. Her delicate body trembled, and her voice tugged at people's heartstrings. Brothers, today's update is over. There will be an update tomorrow. N. Chapter 118. When dawn was about to break, Du Xiaofu's fingerprints moved across the woman's delicate body. Phew! Exhaling a long breath, Du Xiaofu's face was pale. This had consumed a lot of energy. Treating the old illness around the woman's divine watchtower was much more difficult than Du Xiaofu had imagined. Within the old illness, there was a cold aura that could not be dispersed. The cold aura could not be dispersed no matter how one tried to dispel it. It also had a corrosive effect on profound energy and was extremely insidious. Originally, Du Xiaofu was a little puzzled as to why the woman's injuries had not healed after 3 years. Those injuries did not seem serious and could be treated by a 3-star spirit talisman master who was proficient in alchemy. She could even use her own breathing to recover. At this moment, Du Xiaofu knew the reason. Ordinary spirit talisman masters could not do anything about the cold aura, let alone him. However, Du Xiaofu was practicing the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rocks. This cultivation method was extremely young and tough, and was the natural nemesis of the cold aura. This was why Du Xiaofu happened to be able to uproot the old illness in the woman's body. It's done. Du Xiaofu looked at the woman who seemed to still be unconscious. She should be waking up soon, unless his antidote was useless. With a smile on his face, he finally left the woman's room. Creak. When the door to the room opened and closed with a creak, the unconscious woman on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, moving one's heart and soul. Who is this person? He can actually treat the old illness in my body. However, he is quite honest and did not move around. Could it be that I am not charming enough? Looking at his back, he seems to be a youth, the woman muttered softly, a slight blush creeping onto her pale cheeks. In fact, she had already been awake for an hour. When she first woke up, she felt a man's hand moving around her delicate body. She was so scared that her heart trembled. She thought that she had finally fallen into the hands of those bastards. However, he immediately felt a wave of yang profound energy enter his body from the spirit gate. It was obvious that it was healing his injuries. That pair of man's hands gently moved around her body, but they were well behaved. They did not have any improper thoughts, nor did they take the opportunity to approach places that they should not approach. However, she was a woman after all. Although she could be considered to be in a brothel, no man had ever been able to get so close to her. As she thought about the man's hands roaming around her body, she could feel warmth flowing through her body wherever they passed. It was as if there was a warm current flowing through her body, especially under her lower abdomen. But, when she thought of this, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. Brother Xiaofu, how's my aunt? Seeing Du Xiaofu come out, Dai Xingyu's clear eyes were fixed on him, full of expectation. She should be fine. She'll wake up in at most 2 to 4 hours. I'll go back and do some breathing exercises first, Du Xiaofu said to Dai Xingyu. Okay, I'll send Brother Xiaofu to his room, Dai Xingyu said happily. Dai Xingyu said happily. Hearing that her aunt was fine, she felt relieved and smiled happily. No need, I know the way. You should rest early too, Du Xiaofu said, completely ignoring the fact that he was still a guest here. Roar. The king-scaled demonic tiger finally found an opportunity. It struggled out of Dai Xingyu's embrace and immediately followed Du Xiaofu. It did not want to be ravaged by that girl Dai Xingyu anymore. Okay, thank you, Brother Xiaofu, Dai Xingyu said happily. Dai Xingyu said happily. She wanted to go and see her aunt, but she was afraid that she would disturb her aunt's recovery, so she skipped back to her room. Night covered the sky, and the vast Lanling prefecture city was completely shrouded in darkness. The stars in the sky were faintly bright. Guoxiao, we found the place where that brat is staying. In a luxurious courtyard, a young man with a palm print on his face respectfully said to a young man who was lying in the arms of a woman enjoying a massage, I sent out many of my father's men, and we finally found the place where that brat is staying. The young man's face was pale. He was originally lying in the arms of a charming woman, and his eyes were slightly closed as he enjoyed the massage. Hearing this, he immediately opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed as he asked, Did you find out where that brat came from? Not yet, it's an old house. He should still be with that girl from the day, the young man immediately replied. Humph, no matter who it is, if I don't get my revenge, then I, Guo won't be able to appear in Lanling Prefecture City in the future. Guo face was gloomy, and a cold aura gushed out. It scared the charming woman behind him, and her eyes were filled with fear. It was as if she was afraid of offending someone she could not afford to offend. The young man with the palm print on his face hesitated for a moment, then he gathered his courage and said, Guoxiao, that brat's strength seems to be extraordinary. Why don't we ask my father for help? Trash, humph. Guo glared at the young man, then coldly snorted and said, Just a brat, and we have to make such a big deal out of it. Do we want everyone in Lonling Prefecture City to know how useless we are? Should I ask my father to deal with that brat? Guo Xiao is right, I was wrong. The young man was embarrassed, as if he was afraid that he would be slapped again. If we can't even find a way to deal with that brat, then it can only mean that we are trash. Guo Kun sat up, and a trace of cold arrogance appeared in his eyes. Then he said, I'll go find He Jun and ask him to do it. I think it's enough. Yeah, find He Jun, he will definitely be able to deal with that brat. The young man's face was filled with joy. In the room, Du Xiaofu stopped his practice and let out a long breath. After a few hours of meditation, he recovered quite a bit. Walking out of the room, Du Xiaofu stretched his body. In the morning, he took a deep breath of the fresh air in the courtyard, and he felt refreshed and full of energy. Roar! A deep roar suddenly sounded out, and the king-scaled demon tiger came to Du Xiaofu's side. Its eyes were vigilant, as if it was trying to tell Du Xiaofu something. Du Xiaofu's expression sank, and he muttered, Is it those silk pants from yesterday? Bang bang! Early in the morning, the door of the old mansion was kicked open. The door was actually quite sturdy, but it was knocked off its frame and fell to the ground. Following that, hundreds of people walked in aggressively. Guo Kun, why did you bring me here? A tall and sturdy young man walked out from the crowd, and the young man beside him was Guo Kun. Guo Kun stood in front of the tall and sturdy young man, and he was a head shorter. He looked around the old mansion and said, I brought you to find a brat. He is very strong, but I don't know if you are a match for him. Don't tell me you can't beat him. The tall and sturdy young man looked at Guo Kun, and his broad chest muscles bulged slightly. Who are you? Why did you break into my house? At this moment, Dai Xingyu hurriedly ran out from the courtyard. When she saw Guo Kun, her face turned pale with fright, and she said, It's you, bad guy. Little girl, we meet again. Guo Kun's eyes flickered, and he said, Where is that brat from yesterday? I don't know. Brother Xiaofu is not here, he left. Although Dai Xingyu was a little flustered, she was not stupid. These people were aggressive, and they must be here to take revenge on Brother Xiaofu. There were so many of them, and Brother Xiaofu definitely could not beat them. Therefore, she must not let Brother Xiaofu be found. She even hoped that Brother Xiaofu had left. Little girl, you don't even know how to lie. Guo Kun's face was gloomy. Looking at Dai Xingyu's flustered appearance, he knew that Dai Xingyu was lying. He said, Let's find that brat first, then we will slowly play with you. I didn't expect young Master Guo and young Master He to come. What a coincidence. A clear voice like a silver bell rang out. A girl walked out from the inner courtyard. She looked to be in her early 20s, and she walked slowly. Her delicate body was like a jade willow, light and tender. Some girls were very beautiful, but their temperament was lacking. Some girls might have temperament, but their beauty was lacking. However, this girl was different. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was perfect. This girl was very beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very elegant. Her long black hair was so shiny that it could reflect one's reflection. She was naturally draped over her waist. She was wearing a long dress, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was so beautiful that she was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. Everyone immediately looked at the girl, and many of them were in a daze. Guo Kun and He Jun were also surprised because they knew this girl. However, they did not expect her to appear here. Auntie, they are all bad people. They even bullied me yesterday. If it wasn't for Brother Xiaofu, I wouldn't have been able to come back yesterday. When Dai Xingyu saw this girl, she immediately hid behind her timidly. Then, she thought of something and said in surprise, Auntie, are you all right? That's great. You scared me to death. I didn't know what to do. Luckily, I met Brother Xiaofu. All right, I'm here. There's no need for a handkerchief. The girl patted Dai Xingyu's hair. Then, she looked at Guokun and the rest. How could she not know who they were? Miss Yuru, why are you here? Is this little girl your? Guokun was surprised. His gaze fell on the girl. He could hear that the little girl seemed to be calling Morong Yuru auntie. This is an old house that I bought a long time ago. Xingyu is my elder sister's daughter. My elder sister and I have a big age difference, so the age difference between Xingyu and me is small. Morong Yuru's eyes were like water as she looked at Guokun, He-jun, and the rest. Then, she said, young Master Gua and young Master He came here so aggressively. Could it be that someone has offended the two of you? Chapter 119. It's a boy called Du Xiaofu. Since this is Miss Yorua's home, I'll give you face. I only need to take that boy away, Guokun said to Miss Yorua. Guokun said to Morong Yorua. Suddenly, he became very elegant and even a little passionate. Morong Yorua frowned inwardly. She knew these people's identities and their power. They could do whatever they wanted in a place as big as Lanling Prefecture City. Young Master Gua, there's only the two of us in my house. There's no one else, Morong Yorua said. Guokun was stunned. Then, he looked at Morong Yorua with a slightly gloomy expression. It's fine. I'll just search around. Young Master Gua, that's not very good, Morong Yorua said. Hearing this, Guokun's expression became more and more gloomy. He slowly took 2 steps forward, then stared at Morong Yorua and said, Morong Yorua, do you think I'm an idiot? Morong Yorua was stunned. She knew in her heart that Guokun was definitely not a fool. She quickly explained, how can young Master Gua be a fool? If you're a fool, then there's no smart person in Lanling Prefecture City. Since you don't think I'm a fool, why are you patronizing me? Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you have someone protecting you. You have to understand that no matter what, you're still someone from your hometown. I'm giving you face because of that person. Otherwise, do you think I'll put you in my eyes? Don't really think I'm a fool. Guokun was about to explode. If it wasn't for that person, he would have touched this woman long ago. However, that person was sandwiched between them, making him feel very vexed. Morong Yorua sighed. She felt that she was sometimes so powerless. This was not her home. This was Lanling Prefecture City. In this place, there were too many things that were beyond one's control. If it was before, although these people had strong backgrounds, there was no need to care too much. However, everything was different now. You do look like a fool. Don't you know whether you're a fool or not? Dai Xingyu looked innocently at Guokun and said, that's right. If you were an idiot, you wouldn't know. But you are definitely a bad person. As Dai Xingyu spoke, Morong Yurua's expression also began to change. Haha, interesting. Guokun, don't tell me you've really gone stupid. He-jun laughed. Seeing Guokun being scolded by a little girl, he had no reason not to laugh. This made his mood very good. Little girl, come over here. Guokun's face darkened. He would deal with anyone who laughed at him, but He-jun laughed at him, so he could only vent his anger on Dai Xingyu. Young Master Gua, that's not what Xingyu meant. Morong Yorua continued to explain. She didn't expect Xingyu to speak so bluntly. She immediately stood in front of Dai Xingyu. Who do you think you are? Without anyone supporting you, you're nothing. Get lost. Seeing Morong Yorua standing in front of him, Guokun became even more furious. He directly waved his hand at Morong Yorua. Guokun used his left hand because his right hand hadn't recovered yet. In fact, it wouldn't recover completely in a short period of time. Bang! A deep sonic boom rang out. A faint golden light surged out. Then, Guokun's body was directly sent flying. At this moment, He-jun's gaze moved. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Chi. A purple-robed youth with a wild cat by his side appeared in everyone's line of sight. He had a resolute face and sharp eyes. He was only 16 or 17 years old, but his eyes were filled with a gaze that made one's heart tremble. Muronyu Roa curiously looked at the purple-robed youth who suddenly appeared. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were like water. She knew that Guokuin's strength wasn't ordinary. He was at the Pulse Realm and Profound Realm. He was stronger than her. Of course, she had never publicly revealed that she cultivated the martial way in the past 3 years. However, this purple-robed youth was actually able to force Guokuin back in one move. It was enough to show how strong he was. Muron Yorua could also tell that this purple-robed youth was the youth who had helped her heal yesterday. However, this was the first time she had seen this youth's appearance. He was 16 or 17 years old, younger than her. However, his face was resolute, and the gaze in his sharp and deep eyes made her feel that this youth was different from Guokuin and the others. Big Brother Xiaofu. After seeing Du Xiaofu, Dai Xingyu immediately went to Du Xiaofu's side with a happy and worried expression. She said, "These bad guys are here again." Du Xiaofu's expression eased a little. He patted his chest and said to Dai Xingyu with a smile, "It's all right. I'm the nemesis of bad guys, the embodiment of justice. Don't be afraid. You're not from Lonling Prefecture City." Muronyu Roa looked at Du Xiaofu with a frown. "I'm not." Du Xiaofu's gaze finally landed on Muronyu Roa. Although he already knew that she was a very beautiful woman yesterday, it felt different when she stood in front of him. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes glowed with spiritual light. Her temperament was like a gentle breeze that gently brushed past. She was very beautiful. This woman was like a flower, but she was definitely not a vase. This was the feeling in Du Xiaofu's heart. Du Xiaofu even felt that when he looked at this woman, something seemed to fluctuate in his heart, stirring up his feelings. "Are you all right?" Du Xiaofu then said a few more words to the woman in front of him. It was as if he should say a few more words to this woman. "I'm fine. Thank you." Muronyu Roa looked at Du Xiaofu with some gratitude in her eyes. But then, for some reason, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She remembered that it was this young man who had moved his hands up and down her body. Although he was extremely well-behaved, he had still moved his hands up and down her body where no man had ever touched her before, even though they were separated by her clothes. What am I thinking? Why would I think that? This young man is only 2 or 3 years older than Xingyu. Muronyu Roa said to herself in her heart. Suddenly, the blush on her face faded a lot. That's good. Du Xiaofu nodded. He felt very relaxed and comfortable talking to the woman in front of him. After Guokuin was forced back again, he raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu, who had suddenly appeared. He wasn't surprised, but a chill flashed in his eyes. He looked at the burly He-jun beside him and said, "He-jun, it's this kid. I'm afraid you're not his match." When the wolf-like guards saw that the 2 young masters didn't give them any orders, and that the other party was very powerful, they naturally wouldn't rush to get beaten up. "He's indeed very strong. You deliberately asked me to help you deal with him, right?" He-jun looked at Guokuin, who had been forced back, and said, "If you want my help, that's fine. But don't treat me like a fool. I'm preparing to make a breakthrough recently. I just need a few medicinal pills to assist me. Does your White Tiger sect lack a few lousy medicinal pills?" Guokuin looked at He-jun. He knew that He-jun didn't lack a few lousy medicinal pills. "I like to earn it myself." He-jun seriously said to Guokuin. "You like to snatch it yourself. Meng Lai Kai is the one who likes to earn it himself." Guokuin secretly said in his heart. However, he nodded at He-jun and said, "No problem. I'll give you a few more when the time comes." "Okay." He-jun lightly smiled. Then, his burly body directly walked towards Du Xiaofu. He Jun took 5 steps in a row. With each step, the ground beneath his feet cracked. His aura was astonishing. His burly body was like a wild beast. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Brat, Guokuan said that you're very strong. He said that even I can't do anything to you." Du Xiaofu looked at He Jun. That burly body made Du Xiaofu slightly raise his head and asked, "Who are you?" Like Guokuan, he's one of the Lonling 4 young masters. He's the young master of the White Tiger sect, the largest sect in the Lonling prefecture. What he likes to do the most is to snatch people's belongings. Murong Yorua softly said to Du Xiaofu. Murong Yorua has already revealed my identity. My name is He Jun said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu once again looked at He Jun with a face full of regret. He sighed and said, "You've been betrayed by Guokuan. He only wants to use you. It's not good to have such a friend." Humph. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Guokuan coldly snorted from afar. He fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu. "It doesn't matter. My relationship with him isn't that good. It's just that someone has arranged the 4 of us together. As for using me, it doesn't matter. As long as I don't suffer any losses, it's fine." He Jun looked at Du Xiaofu and said. "No." Du Xiaofu shook his head. He still regretfully said to He Jun, "Guokuan deliberately sent you here. He didn't want you to deal with me, but wanted me to deal with you. In fact, compared to you, my relationship with him is deeper." "You have feelings for Guokuan?" He Jun was puzzled. He really couldn't tell. "Bastard, when did we have feelings for each other?" Guokuan, who was behind He Jun, finally couldn't bear it and loudly shouted at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was indifferent. He looked at Guokuan and said, "As the saying goes, beating is affection and scolding is love. Without beating or scolding, there are no feelings. I broke both your hands and scolded you yesterday. Doesn't that mean we have feelings for each other?" When Guokuan heard this, his face turned red with anger. Pfft. Dai Xingyu couldn't help but laugh. Murong Yorua also pursed her lips and smiled. Her gaze was fixed on the youth's back. "You have a glib tongue. You're very similar to that brat Meng Lai Kai. I don't really like him." He Jun shook his head. His eyes suddenly revealed an ominous glint. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "But I feel that you won't be enough for me to beat you up. How about this, hand over your Qinkuan bag and I won't beat you up." As his voice faded, a powerful aura surged from He Jun's body towards Du Xiaofu. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Du Xiaofu's face immediately sank. He then slightly raised his head to look at He Jun, carefully sizing him up. Chapter 120. Are you considering it? He Jun asked coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Coupled with that burly body of his, he looked really ferocious. If it were someone who was timid, they would have handed over their Qinkuan pouch in fright. "Sigh, it's been so hard on me." Du Xiaofu looked at He Jun and said, "You know, I'm not familiar with Lonling Prefecture City. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have some misgivings. However, if I don't beat you up, I'll feel very uncomfortable right now. I'm also afraid that you'll come and cause trouble for me in the future. Tell me, what should I do with you? Kill you or let you go?" He Jun was stunned. His eyes widened, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Everyone thought that they had misheard. Where did this brat come from? How could he be so overbearing and arrogant? Didn't he know that the person in front of him was the young sect leader of the White Tiger sect? "I've decided. I'll beat you half to death. This way, I won't have any scruples and you won't easily provoke me in the future. What do you think?" Du Xiaofu looked at He Jun seriously and asked. Brat, you're courting death. He-Jun was infuriated. The murderous glint in his eyes flickered as he flew into a rage. This brat was toying with him. A terrifying aura burst out from his body like a flood. He was at the peak of the pulsation realm, close to the perfected level of the pulsation realm. Boom! He-Jun's burly body stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He-Jun punched out with his fist. Runes surged, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind that blew many of the surrounding guards. In an instant, the fist arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Not bad. You're at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. Pulse realm peak Nirvana realm. Compared to first uncle, there was not much difference. As expected of a big place like Lanling Prefecture City. These young people were stronger than one another. It was different from a small place like Stone City. At this instant, Du Xiaofu naturally didn't stay idle. He didn't retreat but instead advanced, preparing to take it head-on. He similarly blasted out a fist that was wrapped in golden light runes, and its aura was domineering and fierce. Boom! Their fists collided, and their profound energy collided. Immediately, a muffled sound exploded in midair, and a terrifying wave surged out. Then, the two figures were forced back at the same time. Dang dang! Stumbling, Du Xiaofu's body only took 3 steps back. His gaze also changed slightly. This big guy was really not weak, even his fist was a little numb. He-Jun was even more shocked. Pain came from his fist, and he took 6 steps back. Every step he took left a hole in the ground. Humph! Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. He stared at He-Jun and pounced forward again. This time, it was Du Xiaofu who took the initiative to attack. He punched out again. It was simple, powerful, and domineering. He-Jun's fist was trembling. He took a deep breath, but he still gritted his teeth and threw another punch. Both of their fists collided again. Shockwaves soared into the sky, and the ground trembled. This time, He-Jun was forced back again, and blood appeared on his fist. After stumbling a few steps back, He-Jun stabilized his body. Looking at the blood on his fist, he gasped. He never thought that the cultivation technique he cultivated would be so overbearing. The toughness of his body was comparable to that of a demonic beast. However, the young man on the other side was obviously younger than him. Even his fist was smaller. However, the toughness of his fist was something that even he couldn't contend against. I don't believe it. He-Jun refused to admit defeat. Among his peers, he had never seen anyone who could contend against the toughness of his body. He condensed a hand seal, and his body was enveloped in a layer of yellow rune energy. Then, he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, and a smile appeared in his eyes. If they were to compete with martial techniques, with He-Jun's pulse realm cultivation at the peak of the Nirvana realm, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with him. He might even have to fight with his life on the line. After all, his cultivation level was still far from He-Jun's. If he could break through to the pulse realm soon, it would be much easier for him to deal with He-Jun. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid of He-Jun at all if they were to compete with the strength of his body. His cultivation of the body had already reached the stage where he could cleanse his bones and cleanse his marrow. In addition to all kinds of refinement of his body, Du Xiaofu knew that the toughness of his body had always been his advantage. It was an absolute advantage. Boom! Du Xiaofu moved. Just as He-Jun's burly body pounced towards him, golden runes surged out from his body again. In an instant, his aura suddenly became overbearing. It was as though he was a real demonic beast in human form. Accompanied by a dazzling light, under everyone's shocked gaze, including He-Jun's, his body collided with He-Jun's. Colliding with each other with their bodies was a powerful collision. It was like a cannonball, and it was stupefying. Bang! A deep sonic boom resounded. Runes flashed and waves of air spread out like waves in water. After which, everyone saw He Jun's burly body being directly sent flying. He was sent flying violently, while Du Xiaofu's body only trembled slightly. He Jun was sent flying on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and crack. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect Du Xiaofu's body to be so powerful. It didn't seem like a normal human at all. Bang! He Jun didn't manage to get up. A golden figure rapidly pounced towards him. It was like an impact cannon, and it ruthlessly landed on his lower abdomen. Puchi. Under the huge impact, it was as if a huge rock weighing 1,000 pounds had fallen. He Jun's body, which had just landed, suffered another heavy blow. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. I already said that it was Guokuan who asked me to take care of you. Du Xiaofu directly sat down on He Jun's lower abdomen. Then, his fists fell down like rain. One after another, his fists pounded on He Jun's chest like beating drums. Puchi. How could the pitiful He Jun withstand Du Xiaofu's terrifying attacks? Mouthful after mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. It was a horrible sight to behold. Young sect leader, many of the people who were following him recovered from their shock. They shouted loudly and immediately pounced towards Du Xiaofu. If anything happened to their young sect leader, they would definitely be in trouble when they returned. Whoever dares to come forward, I will cripple him. Du Xiaofu lifted his head. A claw print was directly placed on He Jun's throat. He didn't seem to be joking at all. Brat, stop it. How dare you hurt our young sect leader? Our White Tiger sect won't let you off. More than a dozen White Tiger sect disciples surrounded him. They didn't dare to take even half a step forward. Since you are already hurt, I will hurt you even more. I hate it when people threaten me. As Du Xiaofu spoke, his expression didn't change. His heart didn't skip a beat, and he ruthlessly landed another punch on He Jun's chest. The pitiful He Jun could only allow himself to be trampled on by Du Xiaofu at this moment. Brat, let go of our young sect leader. We won't threaten you. As long as you let go of our young sect leader, everything is negotiable. One of the smarter White Tiger sect disciples immediately said to Du Xiaofu. His expression changed drastically. Everyone, give me your Qinkuan bags. Otherwise, I will destroy him. Du Xiaofu turned his gaze and looked at the dozen White Tiger sect disciples. He continued to place his claw print on He Jun's neck. The dozen White Tiger sect disciples looked embarrassed. Almost all of their savings and treasures were kept in their Qinkuan bags. If they gave it away, it would be equivalent to them going bankrupt. Is your young sect leader's life not as important as your Qinkuan bags? It seems like your young sect leader is only a so-so in your hearts. Du Xiaofu smiled and landed another punch on He Jun's chest. At the same time, he said, if you think about it for one more breath, I will give him one more punch. We will give it to you. We will give it to you. The few White Tiger sect disciples who were the leaders immediately agreed. However, they looked like they were about to cry. In their hearts, they were probably cursing Du Xiaofu's 18 generations of ancestors. This was simply too vicious. He was simply trying to sow discord. If they did not hand over the Cosmos sack, not to mention whether or not this brat would really kill the young sect master, the young sect master would definitely not let them off in the future if he continued to throw punches at them. However, we only have 5 Qinkuan bags. The other disciples don't have any Qinkuan bags. The few White Tiger sect disciples who were the leaders said to Du Xiaofu. Not everyone had a Qinkuan bag. Only 5 Qinkuan bags out of the dozen of them. At this moment, their hearts were all broken. That's more like it. Du Xiaofu smiled. He then turned around and said to Dai Xingyu, who was standing behind him with a shocked expression, Xingyu, go and keep the Qinkuan bags. Okay. At this moment, Dai Xingyu's mind seemed to be a little blank. He actually nodded his head. Then, he quickly ran in front of the few White Tiger sect disciples and kept the 5 Qianquan bags. And yours? Du Xiaofu was very satisfied. He then searched He Jun's body. In the end, he also took out a Qianquan bag and kept it skillfully. Then, he patted He Jun's chest and said, "You're quite sturdy. It's just that you can't take a beating." Pfft. This time, He Jun was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the entire Lanling Prefecture city, he was always the one who robbed others. However, today, he was robbed by someone else. Moreover, he was severely beaten up. What angered him the most was that this brat didn't seem to care about him at all. It was as if he hadn't had his fill of beating him up. Don't be agitated. I already said that it was Guokuan who harmed you. After being beaten up by me, he felt that he couldn't step down from the Lanling 4 young masters. In the future, he will feel that he is inferior to all of you. Therefore, he purposely dragged you into this. Now that you have been beaten up by me, he will have a companion. He won't be afraid of losing face anymore. Du Xiaofu climbed up from He Jun's body. He Jun was stunned. He suddenly felt that Du Xiaofu's words made sense. Guokuan purposely harmed him. Guokuan didn't just want to use him to teach Du Xiaofu a lesson. Instead, he wanted to use Du Xiaofu to teach him a lesson. I'm a little late for the second night watch period. The next chapter will take an hour and a half. Xiao Yu is working hard to write. Chapter 121. Seeing that He Jun was moved, Du Xiaofu enthusiastically helped He Jun up. What shocked everyone the most was that Du Xiaofu even took out a pill and stuffed it into He Jun's mouth. He said regretfully, "This is a healing pill. You were beaten up quite badly by me. I'm sorry, I really didn't want to hit you. If it wasn't for Guokuan, I wouldn't have hit you." He Jun glared at Du Xiaofu. No one knew what he was thinking, but it was obvious that his face was conflicted and his eyes were twitching. He knew that this brat had beaten him up, but he could still act like a good person without batting an eyelid. This brat was too shameless. He was even more shameless than Guokuan. However, he felt that this brat's words made sense. Why aren't you guys helping your young sect leader? Hurry up and go back to treat his injuries. If you're too late, it will affect his foundation in the future. Du Xiaofu shouted at the dozen or so White Tiger sect disciples. He Jun was already unable to stand up after being beaten up by Du Xiaofu's punches. Young sect leader, hurry up and help the young sect leader. The dozen or so White Tiger sect disciples regained their senses and were stunned for a moment. Then, they crowded around and helped the young sect leader up before leaving. They didn't want their young sect leader to fall into the hands of this fickle fiend. Before He Jun walked out of the door, he glared fiercely at Guokuan. It was obvious that he felt that Du Xiaofu was shameless, but what he said made sense. Guokuan's eyes twitched as he looked at Du Xiaofu with an ugly expression. Then, he said, "Du Xiaofu, we'll meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Guokuan turned around to leave. He Jun had already left with such injuries, so there was no point for him to stay. Although he had brought a dozen or so people with him this time, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to do anything to that terrifying brat even if they surrounded him. Hence, there was no need for him to stay. After the fight with He Jun just now, he knew how terrifyingly powerful that brat was. "Did I say that you can leave?" An indifferent voice rang out with a hint of coldness. Guokuan turned his head around and stared at the owner of the voice, Du Xiaofu. At that moment, he could feel the coldness surging out of the man's eyes under his sharp brows. It was true coldness. "What are you trying to do? If you dare touch me, you won't be able to fly out of Lanling Prefecture City even if you grow wings." Guokuan stared at Du Xiaofu. He didn't know why, but the coldness in Du Xiaofu's eyes made his heart tremble. This was a feeling he had never felt in the Lanling Prefecture city. He was starting to regret that he didn't bring any experts with him this time. Muron Yorua, who had been surprised all this time, seemed to want to say something when she saw that Du Xiaofu still wanted to deal with Guokuan. However, she immediately held back. There was a bitter smile on her face. Since he dared to deal with He Jun, it didn't matter if Guokuan was added to the mix. Perhaps he also had a powerful background, so powerful that he didn't need to fear a force like the White Tiger sect. Du Xiaofu did not reply because there was no need for him to do so. Just as Guokuan finished speaking, his figure had already appeared in front of Guokuan like a bolt of lightning. Guokuan had actually discovered Du Xiaofu, but his injuries from yesterday had not healed, and his left hand was almost crippled to the point that it could not move for the time being. Therefore, it was difficult for him to put up any resistance, and he could only hastily retreat as his expression changed. Bang! However, Du Xiaofu's speed was much faster than his. A fist ruthlessly landed on Guokuan's chest. Guokuan's body was sent flying. However, before his body could even land on the ground, Du Xiaofu pounced on him and kicked him even further away. The kick caused Guokuan's mouth to drip with blood. Slash! Just as Guokuan's body was about to land on the ground, Du Xiaofu's devil-like figure appeared again. He lifted Guokuan's feet with both hands and lifted Guokuan's body above his head like a sandbag. Then, he ruthlessly slammed Guokuan onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive slams, the ground rumbled loudly. Guokuan was thrown so hard that he couldn't even scream. His head was bleeding profusely and his bones were broken. I will punish you on behalf of justice. When the 4th slap came, Du Xiaofu didn't throw Guokuan onto the ground. Instead, he threw him like a stone and ruthlessly flung him across the courtyard. Then, Guokuan's body flew out of the courtyard. No one knew how far he was flung and where he landed in the end. However, one could hear the rumbling sound of the ground trembling from the fall. Remember this. The next time you provoke me, I will take your life. Du Xiaofu said loudly. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and another Qinkuan pouch appeared in his hand. Then, he very naturally kept it in his arms as if it was a matter of course. Young Master Gua, in the courtyard, the dozens of people immediately ran out in shock. They didn't know whether their master was dead or alive. They didn't even know where he had flown off to. What else could they do? Moreover, none of them believed that they could be thrown so many times by that terrifying young man without dying. Dai Xingyu's mouth was wide open and her body trembled slightly. Obviously, she was a little frightened. Muron Yorua's eyes flashed with a strange light before she regained her calmness. I'm sorry. It seems that you need to move to another place. Du Xiaofu looked at the woman and said. His gaze was a little embarrassed. He wasn't afraid of hurting Guokuan and He Jun this time, but he was afraid that it would implicate Dai Xingyu and her beautiful aunt. There's no need for that. No matter what Guokuan and He Jun do, they won't make things too difficult for me. Muron Yorua looked at Du Xiaofu and said, what are you going to do? Guokuan and He Jun won't let this go. I don't know what to do. I haven't thought about it, Du Xiaofu said with a smile, I just feel that I have to represent justice and beat them up. Pfft. Muron Yorua finally couldn't help but laugh. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't in front of Guokuan and He Jun. But now, she finally couldn't help but laugh. Brother Xiaofu, your Qinkuan pouch. Dai Xingyu came in front of Du Xiaofu and handed the 5 Qinkuan pouches she had obtained from the White Tiger sect's disciples to Du Xiaofu. Her little heart was still thumping. She was so scared that she hadn't completely recovered from her shock. I'll give it to you. Maybe you'll really have to find another place to stay when the time comes. Du Xiaofu said to Dai Xingyu. This little girl seemed to be relatively poor. If they were to change places, she probably wouldn't have any money. Back then, she had to sell her ancestral heirloom for 1,000 cultivation coins. Even if you give me this Qinquan pouch, I won't be able to open it. Dai Xingyu blinked and said. You're a spirit talisman master. How can you not open it? Du Xiaofu said. These Qinquan pouches shouldn't have been refined by some expert. It wasn't difficult to open them. Dai Xingyu raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu with clear eyes. She said weakly, I haven't learned how to open a Qinquan pouch. Du Xiaofu was stunned again. Then, he could only helplessly take the Qinquan pouch. Xingyu, didn't I say not to casually expose your identity as a spirit talisman master? Murong Yorua came to Dai Xingyu's side and frowned. Dai Xingyu felt wronged and said, Auntie, I didn't expose myself. It was Big Brother Xiaofu who saw it himself. Then, as if she remembered that she hadn't introduced him to her auntie, she immediately said, Auntie, this is Big Brother Du Xiaofu. He saved you and healed your injuries. Murong Yorua already knew that it was the young man in front of her who saved her. But now, she was surprised that he could sense the aura of a spirit talisman master from Dai Xingyu. But then, her eyebrows twitched. It wasn't strange. A 16 or 17-year-old youth was able to trample on He Jun and Guokuan. How could he be simple? Big Brother Xiaofu, this is my auntie, Murong Yorua. Isn't she beautiful? Dai Xingyu raised her head and said to Du Xiaofu. Yes, very beautiful. Du Xiaofu didn't know how to respond. He could only nod. However, he felt that Murong Yorua's name was very pleasant to hear. Little Circle Circle. Dai Xingyu suddenly saw the king-scaled demonic tiger. She immediately lifted it up like a kitten and hugged it in her arms. Then, she stroked the king-scaled demonic tiger's head and said, Little Circle Circle, were you scared just now? I was scared. Those bad people are too bad. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Du Xiaofu looked at the king-scaled demonic tiger and then pretended not to see it. Roar. I am a king-scaled demonic tiger. I am a different king-scaled demonic tiger. I don't need to be scared. The king-scaled demonic tiger unwillingly roared in its heart. But there was nothing it could do. It could only be sullen. This time, thank you. Murong Yorua looked at Du Xiaofu. Her watery eyes regained their calmness. Then, she said, I wonder where young Master Du is from. Do you have a place to stay in Lanling Prefecture City? I'm not a young master. Du Xiaofu smiled. He wasn't a young master. Murong Yorua obviously wanted to know if he had any background. He said, I come from a small place. I'm afraid Miss Yorua wouldn't know even if I told you. I just arrived in Lanling Prefecture City yesterday. Is that so? Murong Yorua frowned when she heard this. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Let's talk inside. The small hall in the old mansion was clean and simple, but it was very exquisite. Du Xiaofu sat while Murong Yorua brewed a cup of tea. The fragrance of the tea overflowed, making Du Xiaofu's taste buds tremble. This tea is delicious, he couldn't help but impatiently take a sip of the tea. Suddenly, the tea fragrance overflowed. It was as if every taste bud was experiencing the ultimate taste. It was as if a storm of fragrance had set off in his mouth. The surface of his tongue was salivating. Big Brother Xiaofu, my aunt is very good at brewing tea. Dai Xingyu said disapprovingly. Chapter 122. You know about tea? Murong Yorua looked at Du Xiaofu with some surprise in her eyes. I don't. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said, I rarely drink tea, but I drink more than I drink tea. Although I don't know much about tea, I can see that this tea is very clear. The clearer the tea is, the better it is. After a pause, Du Xiaofu continued, this tea is light yellow and translucent. It has a mellow and refreshing taste. The taste is harmonious and sweet. The fragrance is clear and exudes a kind of domineering aura. The tea is firm, but the tea is clear. When you drink it, you won't be able to feel anything and won't be able to recall the aftertaste. The heavy domineering aura will attack you and confuse you. Du Xiaofu finished speaking and took another big gulp. He directly drank it all and said, "This is really good tea." Murong Yorua's eyes fluctuated after hearing Du Xiaofu's words. Her red lips gently opened and said, "Although you don't know much about tea, you can see it more clearly than anyone else. You don't know much, but you know a lot. Just like what the ancients said, great elegance is great elegance, great elegance is great elegance. Great elegance is great elegance, great elegance is great elegance." Du Xiaofu repeatedly repeated this sentence. He then looked at Murong Yorua and said, "Since this tea can be placed at home, it should be Miss Murong's favorite tea, right? Brother Xiaofu is so amazing. This tea was personally made by my aunt. She doesn't sell it to anyone. I don't usually get to drink it. However, I don't like drinking this tea either. It tastes like strong liquor. It doesn't feel like tea at all." Dai Xingyu said from the side. Du Xiaofu was a bit surprised. He looked at Murong Yorua and said, "I didn't expect Miss Murong to know how to make tea. I wonder if this tea has a name. It's called Phoenix." Murong Yorua hesitated for a moment before adding, "You are the first to know the name of this tea. Phoenix, a good name. It is very suitable for this tea." Du Xiaofu softly said. "You guys talk, I'll go play with little circle. Dai Xingyu felt that he couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he left the hall with the king-scaled demon tiger in his arms. The king-scaled devil tiger's eyes were filled with despair. It looked at Du Xiaofu for help, but Du Xiaofu pretended not to see it. "If you leave Lanling Prefecture City now, you should be able to avoid a lot of trouble." Murong Yorua looked at Du Xiaofu and said. Du Xiaofu knew what Murong Yorua was talking about. He shook his head and said, "I just arrived at Lanling Prefecture City yesterday. I still have some unfinished business. I will only leave when I'm done." Murong Yorua looked at Du Xiaofu. After a while, she said softly, "How about this? I'll think of something. I hope it works. As long as you don't cause any trouble." Du Xiaofu could tell that Murong Yorua seemed to have some connections. This way, he was relieved. As long as he didn't cause any trouble for them, it was fine. Then, he asked Murong Yorua, "Miss Murong, what is the background of the Lanling Fourth Young Master?" The Lanling Four Young Masters are 4 young men in Lanling Prefecture City. However, their backgrounds aren't ordinary. Their backgrounds are enough to cover the entire Lanling Prefecture City. You've already met Guo Kun and He Jun. The other 2 are called Meng Lai Kai and Han Xian. Murong Yorua said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu then found out from Murong Yorua that the forces behind the Lanling Four Young Masters were indeed powerful. There were countless forces of various sizes in the Lanling Prefecture City. However, the top forces among them were the White Tiger Sect, the Old Garden, and the Equipment and Treasure Trading Company. The White Tiger Sect was the biggest force in Lanling Prefecture City. They had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. They were powerful and controlled many of the black markets in Lanling Prefecture City. The treasure merchant was one of the top merchants in Lanling Prefecture City. It was rumored that their wealth could rival the prefecture city. The Old Garden was a place of romance. However, no one would think that the Old Garden wasn't big because it was the most bustling and lively place in the entire Lanling Prefecture City. The expenses were expensive and those who could enter the Old Garden were all symbols of status. It was said that only members could enter. Just a membership card alone would cost at least 100,000 cultivation coins. Among the Lanling Four Young Masters, Guo Kun was the young master of the treasure merchant. He Jun was the young master of the White Tiger sect. Meng Laikai was the young master of the Old Garden. Lastly, Han Xian was the young master of Lanling Prefecture City. It wasn't inappropriate for these four young men to be called the Lanling Four Young Masters. The main reason why the people of Lanling Prefecture City called them the Lanling Four Young Masters was because the four young men were loathed by the entire city. Guo Kun was lustful and would often snatch women on the streets. As long as they were beautiful, he would snatch them first. He Jun liked to fight and snatch things. He would often start a fight whenever there was a disagreement. It was said that behind He Jun was Han Xian. When the two of them joined forces, most of the merchants in Lanling Prefecture City had received protection fees. To put it bluntly, they had been extorted. Meng Laikai was a little gentler. He only did business and indeed had a business mind. As long as he was involved in a business, there would be no business that wouldn't make money. However, what made people angry was that as long as Meng Laikai saw other people's business making money, he would forcefully intervene and kick them out. As long as it was his business, no one else was allowed to touch it. As expected of the Lanling Four Young Masters. Du Xiaofu smiled after learning the identities of the four young men. Murong Yorua looked at Du Xiaofu. Her purple dress made her look even more otherworldly. She said, "If you want to leave Lanling Prefecture City now, you might still be able to make it." "No, I still have some things to do." Du Xiaofu got up and planned to leave. "Then be careful. I'll go think of a way." "I hope I can help," Murong Yorua said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu left the old mansion. However, in order to ensure the safety of Dai Xinyu and Murong Yorua, he secretly instructed the king's scaled demon tiger to accompany the two women. He walked into Lanling Prefecture City alone. The bustling streets were extraordinarily lively. The degree of prosperity was breathtaking. Du Xiaofu went to find the Lanling Prefecture City's mansion master. To be able to beat up Guo Kun and He Jun in Lanling Prefecture City, Du Xiaofu wasn't stupid. He definitely had some backing. And the backing Du Xiaofu was naturally the Lanling Prefecture City's mansion master. Since his drunkard father said that he knew the Lanling Prefecture City's mansion master, Ouyang Ling, it meant that their relationship wasn't bad. As the Lanling Prefecture City's mansion master, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take care of him. Du Xiaofu believed in his drunkard father's vision. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about himself. He could just leave after beating up Guo Kun and He Jun. However, he had to consider Dai Xinyu. Perhaps it was because he knew that he had a younger sister. When he saw Dai Xinyu, Du Xiaofu thought of his younger sister that he had yet to meet. Xiao Jing, walking on the street, Du Xiaofu murmured. His younger sister's name was Xiao Jing. It was a pretty name. She should be a very pretty girl. However, his younger sister was a heavenly venerate. She would definitely be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu didn't feel jealous. Instead, he felt proud. That was because that was his younger sister. Her twin sister. Lanling Prefecture City. It was located in a rather quiet place in the Lanling Prefecture City. It was deep in the palace and the courtyard was deep. Just the tall and thick walls alone were enough to make one sigh. In fact, it wasn't difficult to find the residence of the Lanling Prefecture Master in Lanling Prefecture City. Just ask anyone and you'll probably find out. However, just because anyone could find the residence of the Lanling Prefecture City's mansion master, it didn't mean that anyone could meet him. How could anyone be able to meet a feudal lord of a region just because they wanted to? Du Xiaofu was like that now. He couldn't enter the Lanling Prefecture City at all. Standing in front of the grand entrance of the Lanling Prefecture City, there were two stone lions prostrating on the left and right. Du Xiaofu could feel an indescribable aura in the calm Lanling Prefecture City. It made him feel pressured. That was a place where a marquis was in charge. It was extraordinary. In front of the Lanling residence, 6 burly men in armor stood in an orderly manner. Their aura was sharp and they were all at the innate realm. The leader was even at the nirvana realm of the innate realm. He was glaring at Du Xiaofu and yelled, looking for the residence master. To think that a kid like you would say that. Do you know how many people want to see the residence master every day? If it wasn't for your young age, I would have thrown you far away. You can't throw me away because I'm your mansion master's relative. Du Xiaofu said seriously to the leader. Relative? Brat, do you know how many people pretend to be the manor head's relatives in front of me every day? Little guy, hurry up and leave. Go to wherever it's cool. The burly man waved his huge fist in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes and said, Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Du Xiaofu was helpless. It seemed like many people were using this method. He turned his gaze and said to the burly man, You must have been working in the Lanling Prefecture city for a long time, right? The burly man stopped waving his fist. With pride, he said, Of course, I've been working in the Lanling Prefecture and following the mansion master. I often see him. But you haven't been promoted for a long time, definitely a long time. Many people with similar strength as you have been promoted, right? They even got some benefits and their strength increased by a lot. Du Xiaofu said seriously to the burly man. How do you know? The burly man looked at Du Xiaofu suspiciously, but then he felt that something was wrong. He puffed up his chest and said, Brat, what do you know? Don't talk nonsense. I originally wanted to give you a few pointers, but since you're not interested, then forget it. Sigh. Du Xiaofu sighed slightly. His face revealed a look of regret, and then he turned around to leave. Hey! The burly man gritted his teeth and called out to Du Xiaofu, Brat, why don't you tell me? I'll treat it as a way to relieve my boredom. 5:00, thank you to many brothers for your tips, thank you. Xiao Yu continued to write. About 2 hours later. Chapter 123. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the burly man. You didn't get the chance to be promoted, so you definitely don't know how to do things. Actually, how did Du Xiaofu know about this burly man? It was all a conjecture. A mysterious Xiantian realm cultivator who could only guard the door, even if he was just a small leader, was definitely not an important person. Looking at this burly man's age, it was obvious that he had been working in Lanling Prefecture for a long time, or he wouldn't have been able to become a small leader. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually something that everyone could have guessed, but now that the burly man was listening, it was naturally different. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the person directly involved. What do you mean? The burly man looked at Du Xiaofu and said, If what you said today makes sense, I'll let it go, but if it's nonsense, I'll definitely give you a good beating today. A fortune teller can fool you for 8 to 10 years, but I can see the effect today. Whether I'm lying or not, you'll know soon enough. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, Just take today's matter as an example, you really don't know how to do things. What do you mean? The burly man's eyes widened, wondering if this kid was trying to trick him. Du Xiaofu said, Think about it, I wanted to see the prefecture lord, but you didn't inform him. What if I really was the prefecture lord's relative? Then, wouldn't you be in trouble? I definitely won't let you off. After a pause, Du Xiaofu continued, If I'm a liar, can't you just come out and beat me up again? You won't lose out, so why didn't you inform him? If I see the prefecture lord, maybe I'll be happy and say a few good words for you, saying that you know how to do things, and that you're smart. If the prefecture lord is happy, he might promote you. The burly man's eyes flickered. What he said made sense, but he clearly didn't believe Du Xiaofu. He said, Kid, why should I believe you? If you're a liar, the prefecture lord will say that I don't know how to do things, and I'll be the one in trouble. With this, Du Xiaofu took out a sword from his Qinquan bag. It was an ordinary sword with some cracks on its hilt. Du Xiaofu's drunkard father had given it to him before he left the Qianquan bag. He said that he could give it to the Lanling Prefecture's mansion master. Ouyang Ling. Du Xiaofu handed the sword in his hand to the burly man and said, "This is the token. Give this sword to the prefecture lord and he will immediately want to see me." The burly man hesitated for a moment. His eyes flickered, and he was finally tempted. He took the sword from Du Xiaofu's hand, and his tone became much better. He then said, "Wait here, I'll go and inform them." As his voice faded, the burly man took the sword and went to inform the prefecture lord. Before he left, he secretly signaled the other 5 burly men to watch Du Xiaofu, as if they were afraid that Du Xiaofu would take the opportunity to slip away. Du Xiaofu stood outside the gate, and his eyes flickered. He was a little uncertain in his heart. After all, he didn't know how deep the relationship between his drunkard father and the Lanling prefecture lord was. Everything was just a guess. The courtyard was deep, and the palace buildings were continuous. In a majestic hall, in an ancient study room, a middle-aged man was holding a jade slip in his hand. The runes on the jade slip were fluctuating. It was a message jade slip. This kind of message jade slip wasn't hard to find, and was usually used to transmit messages. It was extremely convenient to leave a voice or text in the jade slip. This middle-aged man had a handsome face, and his thick eyebrows were slightly raised in a rebellious manner. Under his long and slightly curled eyelashes, his eyes were slightly closed as he peered at the message in the jade slip. He had a handsome nose and slightly tanned skin. No matter how one looked at him, he was a handsome and heroic man. Phew! After a while, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. His eyes were as clear as the morning dew, and there was a glimmer of light in them. He muttered softly, "This guy, it's been almost 17 years. Finally, he's making a move." Brother Ling, the study room was pushed open, and a beautiful figure in a fiery red dress ran in. She was a beautiful woman in her 40s, but she looked extremely young. Her slender figure was curvaceous, and her footsteps were light. Her red dress was adorned with bracelets, and her black hair was tied up in a flowing cloud bun with a few beaded flowers in it. She rushed to the middle-aged man's side in a few steps. "Sister Shan, the child is already so old. Why are you still so anxious? Could it be that the girl has done something out of line again?" The middle-aged man turned around and looked at the beautiful woman. His clear eyes were filled with love and tenderness. "Brother Ling, look," the beautiful woman raised her head. On her beautiful face, her jade-like skin was flushed red. Her crescent brows and starry eyes were filled with excitement. She immediately handed the long sword in her hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on the sword. Immediately, his eyes that were as clear as morning dew trembled. His body also trembled. He grabbed the sword and touched the cracks on the hilt. His throat began to choke as he said with a trembling voice, "Azure Vein Sword, this is the Azure Vein Sword. When I first met that guy, I gave him the Azure Vein Sword." The middle-aged man looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, "Sister Shan, is that guy here? Did he come to the Lanling Prefecture city?" The beautiful woman in the red dress also trembled slightly, but she shook her head and said, "There's a report outside the prefecture. It's a young man. He said he's your relative." "Relative," the middle-aged man muttered softly. He then smiled and said, "It must be that guy's son. I just received news about the father and son from the Flowing Cloud Prefecture. I didn't expect that little guy to come. It's Sister Ao Tong's child. What a pitiful child. Let's go and bring him home." The beautiful woman in the red dress unknowingly teared up. "Bring him home," the middle-aged man's eyes moved, and then he muttered, "Yes, that guy and his child. That's our child. That child is so pitiful." The beautiful woman's eyes were wet, and she said softly, "Since he's here, I'll take good care of him for Sister Ao Tong. I won't let him suffer the slightest bit." After she finished speaking, the beautiful woman immediately turned around and went to bring the child back. Buzz! The long sword was unsheathed, and the sound of the sword was clear and crisp. Sister Shan, wait. The middle-aged man immediately stopped the beautiful woman in the red dress. He carefully looked at the cyan veined sword in his hand, and his gaze fluctuated. Brother Ling, what's wrong? The beautiful woman in the red dress asked curiously. The middle-aged man looked at the cyan veined sword in his hand and said, Sister Shan, what did you see? Isn't it just the cyan veined sword? There's nothing special about it. The beautiful woman looked at the cyan veined sword, but she couldn't see anything special about it. That guy asked the little guy to come and find us. Why would he need a keepsake? Could it be that he needs something like that? The middle-aged man looked at the cyan veined sword in his hand and slightly sighed. He said, the cyan veined sword was given to him when we first met. He saved my life, so I gave it to him. Right now, he's giving me the cyan veined sword and his son. It means that he wants to entrust them to me. Brother Ling, you mean? The beautiful woman in the red dress facial expression changed a lot. She said with astonishment, could it be that that guy wants to act alone? He's giving us his son, so he doesn't have anything to worry about. I'm afraid that's the case. He's already waited for 17 years. Now that his son has grown up, after giving him to us, he doesn't have anything to worry about. The middle-aged man sighed. That guy, he's going alone. No matter what, he can't defeat such a monstrous being. The beautiful woman in the red dress sighed. Her eyes were filled with coldness, and she said, it's a pity that we're not strong enough to help them. Now that he's giving us the cyan veined sword and his son, it's not just because he wants to entrust his son to me. With our relationship, he doesn't need to entrust his son to me. He won't do that. The middle-aged man slightly frowned. He shook the cyan veined sword in his hand. In a flash, a sword chi burst out. The cyan veined sword immediately started buzzing. The sword chi wreaked havoc in the air. It was extremely swift and fierce. The middle-aged man said, wherever the sword points, it will only be swift and fierce. That guy wants me to help him fulfill his responsibility. He wants me to help him train his son. Outside the gate, Du Xiaofu was waiting calmly. After a short moment, he saw the big guy run out. Little guy, the higher-ups asked you to wait. The big guy arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked depressed. He had entered the inner palace, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to see the head manager. He was directly intercepted by the head manager. Then, the head manager took away his job. He didn't even have the chance to see the head manager. Okay. Du Xiaofu said softly. He didn't know why, but he felt nervous. Du Xiaofu didn't know much about his drunkard father. He had never heard his drunkard father mention any of his friends. But now, the head of the Lanling prefecture was the first person his drunkard father had mentioned. Maybe he could use this opportunity to find out more about his drunkard father's past. This was something he had always wanted to find out. Now that he finally had the chance to come in contact with his drunkard father's past, he felt nervous. The burly man stared at Du Xiaofu, and upon seeing Du Xiaofu's calm and unperturbed expression, he said, "Brat, on account of the fact that I've reported this to you, why don't you tell me the truth? Are you really a relative of the Manor Lord? Even if you aren't, I guarantee that I won't beat you up." Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at the big guy and asked, "What's your name?" "Wang San, the third son in the family." The big guy was stunned for a moment, then said, "Okay, Wang San, I'll remember you." Patting the big guy's shoulder, Du Xiaofu said with a serious face, "I'll definitely put in a good word for you in front of the governor. Just wait for your promotion." The big guy looked at Du Xiaofu suspiciously. He didn't know if he should believe this little bastard's words. He always felt that this little bastard's mouth was full of lies. Creak, at this moment, the gate of the mansion opened. Usually, the gate of the mansion would only open a small door beside the main gate. When the gate opened, many people hurried out. A beautiful woman in a red dress was the first to rush out. It's time for the sixth watch. Little you, continue to write. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.